Yeah, made it. Can you hear me better now? Ta-da-ba, ta-da-ba. Okay. Back to Seth Rogen.
It's, to me, ironic that what is right or wrong is not the test. What's right or wrong, what is true is not the test.
Like fucking
what the test is
dad.
was that
He looks
jury
more like
swayed
Seth
in any
Rogen,
way? And
openly.
frankly, I do not believe that the jury's verdict was swayed. But I also feel that the South Carolina appellate court had to do what they did. They have to rely, they don't hear evidence. They don't hear evidence. They rely on the transcript. That's why the transcript, the objections, whether they're sustained, whether they're overruled, whether the trial record is perfected, that's all they are allowed to go on. And they have in black and white where a juror said that affected my verdict. And if one juror says that, the state is screwed. Now, I know it pained me. I hope it pained you to hear Alex Murdaugh lying through his teeth, but I want you to see him, Pepper. I want you to see him. Watch.
The scene is secure.
I want you to see him, Pepper. I want you to see him. But okay, you guys like saw when earlier they went to the crime scene. It was like, oh, they were shot. My son, he's been getting threats because this boat wreck a while back. It was like years ago. He's been getting punched. Anyway, here.
Fox, Whiskey Mike, both gunshot wounds to the head.
Sir, I want to let you know because of the scene, I did go get a gun and bring it down here.
It's in your vehicle? Do you have any guns on you at all?
No, sir. It's leaning up against the side of my car.
Okay. You're fine, man. You're fine.
Yeah, no, he doesn't have any on him now because he fucking ditched them. Anyway.
Fine. Turn around for me.
I don't have any guns.
Okay. Yes, sir. I see that. Okay. This is your wife and son?
And son.
Okay.
It's bad. It's bad. Check the pulses.
Yes, sir.
It's bad. It's really bad.
This is the firearm you brought from inside the house?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I mean, Pepper, please. Did you hear him say, is it bad? Is it bad? Did you check their pulses? Are they really dead? Are they truly, really, and officially dead? He wants to.
I got a weird take on that. And he's like, are they dead? Is it official? Are they really dead? It's kind of like, do I get to cash in now and are all of my problems going to go away? I don't know if I saw, any of my family members like that I'd be like, are they really dead? Like, I'm sorry, not to be graphic, but viewer discretion. Your son's brains are all over the place. You said you turned him over, and that's when his phone fell out, and you're wondering if he's really dead. I can't.
To make sure, because he shot them and ran from the scene, wants to make sure that he killed them. And that's not the only time. Listen.
Somebody going to check them?
Yes, sir. They've already checked them.
They did check them?
Yes, sir.
It's official that they're dead?
Yes, sir. That's what it looks like.
I'm sorry.
No. You're fine.
I'm very sorry. Gotta call her parents.
Okay, Pepper, I had to let you see that because he's like, are they dead? Are they dead? They're dead, aren't they? I'm quoting him. You check them. They're dead. Is somebody going to check him? They did check him then. It's official.
It's official. Oh, this guy's scummy. But anyone else think the guy in the bow tie and the glasses looks like Seth Rogen? My coworker said it looks like Seth Rogen. I don't think she's wrong. Never be wrong.
They're dead, and occasionally he'll go, and as soon as they say, yes, they're officially dead, he goes, oh, okay, whew. It's just like that, Pepper.
It's tough to watch, knowing what we now know about the phone evidence that clearly puts him at the scene. The last call that he makes before he, with the dog in the background. I mean, looking back at it now, it's really tough to watch, Nancy. This is a man that clearly killed his wife and daughter. I think the evidence is going to prove that again. But again, we have to do what the law of this state, under the Constitution of this state, requires, and that is a fair and impartial trial. The Supreme Court got
But
it
what
right.
about the victims? Is there anything fair for them? Because wait for it. He has the wherewithal with his son and his wife bleeding out into the dirt. He has the wherewithal, the presence of mind to actually fabricate a sod defense. Some other dude did it. Listen.
Anyone ever wonder how she would react? Tony, like, ever wonder how she would react if one of these people that she just sits there and talks like all this crap about, like, is face to face with her? Like, I don't know what you were talking about. I didn't say nothing. You could have like a high pitched Southern accent off between her and Alex, or Alec is how you pronounce it in the South. Alec Murdaugh. She'd be like, I don't know what you're talking about. He's like, you know what you said about me. Are my wife and my son still dead? All right, here you go.
Listen to this.
Well, this is a long story. My son was in a boat wreck a few months back. He's been getting threats. Most of it's been benign stuff we didn't take serious.
Okay.
He's been getting like punched. I know that's somebody. I know that's what it is.
Apparently you can go from 0 to a complete site in just a single prompt with Wix Harmony. I don't know if this is going to be possible. Or
Okay.
Sorry.
He makes me sick.
I'll get
Pepper.
on the premium.
Sick.
You'll get no argument out of me other
I got to get the premium so the people that don't want to pay for the ads don't have to watch the ads because I have to watch the ads. Okay.
than to say that he's leading us, at least attempting to lead law enforcement down the road, that whatever motive you guys think I had, such as the boat crash, right? Well, it couldn't have been me because I wasn't here. And he has still maintained that fact. It'll be interesting to see if the same witnesses are called. We know those same videos are going to be played. It'll be most interesting to see whether, over his defense counsel's objections once again, whether Murdaugh's ego forces him to take the stand again, right? I mean, I think that's going to be the major dramatic moment of this retrial is, will he actually listen to his lawyers this time? I would argue no,
Probably
because his
not.
ego is just too big. He believes he can trick us. He believes he can trick you. He believes he can trick the juror. He believes he's the smartest man alive. And that is going to add to his problems at this next trial, assuming we can get through it in a fair and impartial way.
Well, Mark Pepper, I agree with what you just said. His testimony was the single most damning thing that happened. I mean, I watched him. Nothing. Wild horses could have dragged me out of that courtroom. Look at this. Look at this, Mark.
What was that? Was that like spit that just like dripped out of his mouth? Hold on.
Look at this. Look at this, Mark.
Oh God. Oh my God. Look at this. Look at this. Look, I think those are boogers out of his nose. Hold on.
Damning thing that happened. I mean, I watched him.
What
Nothing. Wild
nose?
horses could have dragged me out of that courtroom. Look at this. Look at this, Mark.
Yeah, look at this. Look at this.
In a little bit.
Oh.
Here you go. As if he needs it. He's not crying, but
And you damn well know he's got a hanky in his pocket. all them Southern men probably got hankies, so we can just reuse the same cloth over and over and over again. Ugh. Sorry, I made you guys rewatch that, but nasty. I'm not hungry anymore, Ted. I'm not hungry anymore.
Because they're dead. He's crying he got caught. All that snot and all those tears did not work in front of a jury. So I think you're right, Pepper. I think second time around, he will not take the stand, and I think that will be a torpedo to the state. That was from our friends at WLTV. How do you keep someone like Murdaugh off the stand? Because Hart Poulian did not just fall off the turnip truck. He's been around many a courtroom. He did not want Murdaugh to take the stand, but yet he did.
You, just you.
So while this is skipping and whatnot, there was a lady that she interviewed that unalived herself after the show. Oh, we gotta look that up. Oh, well, I don't really want to go to Wikipedia for that. Oh, yes. The family and estate of Melinda Duckett, the young mother of a missing child who fatally unalived herself with a pew pew after being battered by tough questions from a talk show host, Nancy Grace, have dismissed a lawsuit against Grace and CNN. According to court records obtained by the Associated Press, the settlement requires that Grace establish a $200,000 trust dedicated to finding Duckett's missing son, Trenton, who was 2 years old when he disappeared. If Trenton is not found alive by his 13th birthday, money in that trust will be transferred to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Trenton would be 6 today. If Trenton was found alive before his 13th birthday, his adoptive grandmother will gain control of his money in the trust until his 18th birthday, when Trenton could then use the funds as he wishes. In 2006, Duckett, then 21, appeared on Grace's show soon after her son Trenton went missing. Grace accused Duckett of hiding something, apparently because her vague answers and unwillingness to take a lie detector test. Police named Duckett the prime suspect in the boy's disappearance. First of all, anyone with half of a brain would tell you, do not do it. Do not take a lie detector test. There have been lawyers that have had podcasts where they say, don't do it. They're not admissible in court. If there's something that comes up that's funny, they're going to continue to look at you. And there are a multitude of reasons that people can fail them. Anxiety is a huge one. Anxiety, substances, like when I was still drinking, I probably could have passed or failed, I don't know which way, any sort of lie detector test. So that's not even a good reason to be grilling her. And vague answers, I mean, if you don't know, you don't know. But that is, well, thank you for bringing that to our attention. We'll go back to Miss Grace of the Dis.
But in our state and in all the states across the land, that is essentially the one and only vote the defendant gets. There's a query with the court prior to the next witness being called, just as we saw there, and we'll see again. Mr. Hart Poulian, I presume, will stand up and say, we have advised our client of his right not to testify under the Fifth Amendment. We've advised him that nothing can be used against him, or that fact cannot be used against him. Yet it's his decision alone. And then the court asks him, based on all that, Mr. Murdaugh, is it your intention to take the stand? He said yes once. I have no doubt he'll say yes again. His ego is just too big to leave it in the hands of other much more competent attorneys, which is going to be his downfall. To your point, Nancy, I think it would be crazy for him to testify again. And I think it would be a huge blow to the attorney general.
Well, I think that she yells at people and fires questions, and then if you don't have time to think about it and she fires another one, then she's like, you're lying. You're lying because you didn't think of that question in the millisecond that I gave you, that millisecond of a gap that I gave you. Now I'm just going to berate you for it. She is a huge bully. I think we need to find some like old court cases that, they still have on VHS somewhere in some archive of a library where we can see what it's actually like in a courtroom. Ugh, no thanks. But probably would be a good person to have on your side if she was your lawyer. But I don't think I'd want to go against her.
General, if he chooses not to. There's some direct evidence, but again, we've got this financial stuff. We don't know if this financial stuff is going to come in next time. The Supreme Court kind of dodged it today, but they alluded that that door probably wasn't cracked open enough. I think Murdaugh probably felt like he had no choice over the objection of his lawyers, his very, very good lawyers. I hope for his sake and really for ours, we don't have to see all that snot running down his face again and those fake crocodile tears, as you put it. I can't watch it again. Our viewers don't want to watch it again. No. It'll be interesting to see what that decision is at this new trial that's been granted today.
Hey, Mark Pepper, at the beginning you said that I did not want to go back, probably did not want to go do it again. You know what? I want to do it. I want to go back to that courtroom because I want to look Murdaugh in the eye, because he will know that I know he did this thing, this heinous, heinous thing.
Okay. And what is that going to do? He will know that I know that he knows that I know that he did this. What is you looking at him going to do? Sorry,
Got a question. That I know he did this thing, this heinous thing.
He knows that I know that he knows that I know, and that will be enough to know that he did this crime, and he will be convicted again because I looked at him and he knew when I knew that he knew that we knew. All right, fair.
Letting your child bleed out in the dirt, your wife, the mother of your children. Got a question. Do you think there's any way in hell that the state would take a lesser plea on this?
0% chance. 0.0.
I'm glad to hear that. After Idaho, I mean, I don't know what is up and what is down, but I just don't see Waters doing it. I assume Waters will retry it, don't you think? I mean,
yes.
With his intimate knowledge of the case?
100%. And he's the most capable assistant attorney general that we have in our state. He should retry this case, yes.
Oh, he's awesome. And what about Hartpoolian?
Fantastic. I mean, one of the best jurists we've ever had.
I mean, will he redefend?
Oh, of course. I keep mentioning the word egos, of which I have a big one myself, and I'm not afraid to admit it. Ego is a real thing in this case. You've got Murdaugh's ego. You've got Creighton's ego. You've got Attorney General ego.
And can we make room here for my ego? I need my ego in here as well. I will also take the stand because he knows that I know that he knows that he knows that I know. No? Okay.
And then you've got Dick and Jim. They're not being paid at this point. There's no money. The money is going to the victims, what can be recovered, rightfully so. But this is a case that they know intimately. This is a case that they will not step away from. I suspect we will see round 2 with the same exact defense team and the same exact prosecution. Now, they may add a few based on certain factors, but I suspect we're going to see round 2 of this same exact lawyer makeup.
When does she not cut people off? I mean, fucking freaking talks over everybody.
Ask your doctor if Entyvio, including the Entyvio pen, is right.
So when there's an ad, I'll just talk so that no one gets upset. Generally, it's like not getting paid for playing other people's ads. I'm not getting paid right now anyways. We're just having fun. But I'll skip it now and we'll go back to our friend who likes to overtalk everybody. It was kind of like being on JLR's panel last night, if anybody saw that. It was like the same thing because everyone was wondering why I wasn't talking. But you had 8 people in there and I wasn't about to start screaming over people. It's just not who I am. I don't have it in my blood. So I was like, y'all talk. But this is why no one can talk and say anything in between if someone's just going to steamroll the conversation. I was surrounded by testosterone. That's what I blame. Anyway, here.
We reported last week that there was going to be a unanimous reversal. Now it's happened. The other shoe is dropped. What happens next in that jurisdiction?
According to Mr. Waters, they're going to try to press forward and try this case as early as this year, I'm told. Now, that's pretty aggressive, in my opinion. But they're going to make it priority number one.
No. I agree with him, Mark.
Wait, did she just cut him off again? Let's cut her mic. What if I just muted her every time she says something? Anyway.
In my opening statements, because I called a child sex trafficker a pimp, which he was, I got a mistrial.
Can she just like repeat the word pimp? I called him a pimp. A pimp? Called him a pimp.
In my opening, I went down and had it re-indicted to include a misdemeanor pimp charge and went back 2 days later and tried that case. I mean, there's no time like the present. Go. And also, if you've got the same defense team, they can't argue, well, we've got to get up to speed.
Right.
You were up to speed when you tried the case. You know the case. There's no need.
The world needs more estrogen. Okay, I lied. I actually get along really well with men, but for F's sake, that was too much. Well, there was one girl on there, but I hadn't even heard of her before. I think it was like Katie's on the case. But she was on there for a while. But again, it was talk amongst the gentlemen's. There you go. Listen to this big mouth.
For delay, get at it. So it's up to the state to put it on the trial calendar, get a new judge assigned, because the last judge, who was awesome, is no longer on the bench.
That's
Same
right.
defense team in place. Let's go. Right?
Yeah,
Bring it on.
It's possible. I mean, you've got a new clerk of court. You'll have a new judge. Once the Supreme Court assigns that, there's not going to be any discovery issues, as you pointed out. Now, there will be weeks of pretrial motions, right? Because all of that has to be decided by the new trial court as well. I think the test or the determining factor will be how quickly a juror pool can receive questionnaires, how they can be assembled, all that. We're in May. It's doable. I do agree that it's in the benefit of the state to move forward. I'm just not so sure from a court time perspective if we're able to take all these other defendants who have been waiting on their day in court for years now and push this case ahead. I understand why the state would want to do it. I'm just not sure if it's practically possible. I guess we'll find out soon.
Well, the way I always looked at what goes first is the severity of the crime. Here we've got a double murder. If somebody else can top that, you go first. Mark Pepper joining us tonight, veteran criminal defense attorney from the
What? You go first. She's not letting anyone else go first. Let's be real here.
Pepper Law Firm has tried multiple cases in this jurisdiction. Joining us tonight from Charleston. Joining us now, special guest Dr. Michelle Dupree, pathologist, medical examiner, former detective with Lexington County Sheriff's, and author of Money, Mischief, and Murder, the Murdaugh Dynasty. She's also author of Homicide Investigation Field Guide. Dr. Dupree, could you give everyone a reality check and describe the injuries to Maggie and Paul?
Nancy, this was horrific. The injuries to Paul himself, I mean, Paul's brain was literally on the door frame of the dog kennels. Part of his skull was on the ground in the dirt. Paul was shot twice with a shotgun. That kind of injury is more than devastating. You cannot imagine. And Maggie, I believe Maggie was shot second. I believe she heard what was happening to Paul and started towards where he was. Maggie was shot at least 5 times. Maggie was shot when she was already on the ground. It's unbelievable.
Could you go through the specifics? Because I know you, Dr. Michelle Dupree, you wouldn't say something like Maggie was shot while she was already on the ground if you didn't know it for a fact based on forensic evidence. How do we know she was on the ground? The angle, the trajectory of the wound? Was there a bullet in the soil underneath her body?
So that's what I was talking when he like walks over there and he's like, "Are they dead? Are they really dead? Are they really, really, really dead?" When you see your son's brains and part of his skull laying there, I mean, for real. Anyway, I'm just pausing every once in a while so that we get around. Bend the rules, don't break them.
But as I recall the fact, she was shot after she was already down.
That's correct, Nancy. We know that she was shot when she was on the ground because of the trajectory. The bullet went more or less straight into her back. While she was on the ground, the only way to do that is if she is on the ground. And that is, again, what the autopsy showed and what the injury showed.
Those tears. At least Alex were a tiny more convincing, maybe.
Hi, guys. American homeowners. The FBI has been warning about a type of real estate fraud called title theft, and your equity is the target. With just a forged signature, your ownership can be transferred out of your name, and without protection in place, you're left with an emotional and financial nightmare. That is why we partner with Home Title Lock, so you can find out today if you're already a victim and protect yourself. Use promo code Nancy at HometitleLock.com to get a free title history report plus a free trial of promo code Nancy, or just use the link below. And good luck.
Good luck.
Dr. Michelle Dupree, you brought up and emphasized.
Oh, good luck when the boat crash happened. That kid was in the back of the car. He's like, "You know who that is? Yeah, that's Alec Murdaugh's son. Good luck." It was, love it.
That the weapon was a shotgun. Why is a shotgun, or for instance, a hollow point, but in this case, a shotgun, I know them to be the two most devastating bullets to the human body. Why is a shotgun unlike, let's just say, a 22?
Well, Nancy, you've absolutely hit the nail on the head. It is the caliber of the weapon. It is the way that the weapon is fired and what it does to the human body. A 22, as you mentioned, is a much smaller caliber, a smaller weapon. It still does plenty of damage. You can die from a 22, surely, but a shotgun is devastating. People hunt with shotguns. They bring down large animals with shotguns. And again, this was at rather close range. So the spread of that shotgun, when it hits the human body, again, it's absolutely devastating. It blows the body apart.
What does it do to the human body?
It blows the body apart. It goes in, it does damage to everything that it hits. It tears the muscles apart, it tears the vessels apart, and certainly destroys the organs that it hit. And when it hits someone's head or brain like this, it absolutely splits it open.
You mentioned Paul's skull. Describe.
So in the photo,
Why are they talking about this when there's like a montage of photos of him? It's a little callous, in my opinion.
photos that I've seen at the crime scene, part of Paul's skull is on the ground away from the body. Again, this is such a devastating injury, and the force of that, it blew part of his skull off, and there is brain matter not just near around him, but it also on the door frame, up on the top of the door frame of that kennel.
Franz Borghardt is joining us in addition to Dr. Michelle Dupree, renowned medical examiner. Borghardt is a veteran criminal defense attorney, much like Pepper. He is professor LSU, teaching criminal litigation, former prosecutor. Franz, thank you for being with us tonight. This is a bitter pill to swallow.
His lawyer's name is
Franz.
Franz has no hair.
To swallow. And I believe you, like me, know Murdaugh is guilty. But the reality is, there's no way around this.
And to be very clear, Nancy Grace could kill an entire layer of the ozone with her freaking hairspray. I think her and Teresa Caputo have single-handedly taken down one layer of the ozone.
Court did what it had to do. Why?
This was necessary because it called into question the integrity of the jury's decision. It was absolutely unnecessary for that clerk to do what she did. It was absolutely inappropriate, and it's reversible error. And you're right, Nancy. The sad thing is I think the prosecutors had him dead to rights. And so all she did was devastatingly stampede the victim.
I'm Ron Burgundy. Damn it. Who typed a question mark on the teleprompter?
Victim's rights to justice and cause a delay in it. Now, I think he still gets convicted in a second trial, but they have to live through that second trial. And all these resources that were used for the first one, and the trial lasted for a long time, have to be reutilized.
Forever.
Yeah.
Forever.
Franz, it was like hand-to-hand mutual combat in that
Forever.
courtroom every single day for months. And Franz Borchardt knows what he's talking about. He's tried many, many homicides on both sides of the fence.
Look at all that
Guys,
means.
if you know or think you know anything about this case, the state is.
If you think you know anything, you don't. Because I'm Nancy Grace and I know everything about everything that there ever has been or ever will be. But anyway.
Starting square one. If you have information, please call South Carolina Law Enforcement 803-896-2605. 803-896-2605. We remember an American hero, Officer Crystal Rivera, Chicago PD.
Oh no. 06520. Last June. Officer Crystal Rivera, end of watch, 6/5 of 25. Very sad. Alright, I'm gonna switch to day one of his original, and we'll see. I probably will not interrupt this because I got some yet to do, but I'll be here. Holler.
Instruct you on the law in greater detail at the end of the trial before you retire to consider your verdict. But this is an explanation of the procedure that we will follow in this trial so that you may better understand what's happening. The defendant is charged with 2 counts of murder and 2 counts of possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime, the elements of which will be explained to you later. He has pled not guilty to these charges. He's presumed to be not guilty of these charges. He cannot be found guilty unless the state presents evidence which convinces you, the jury, of his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The charge is simply the documents by which the case comes into court. Your purpose as jurors will be to decide the facts of this case. And out of all the people who were summoned to come here for jury duty, out of all the people who live here in Colleton County, out of all the people who live here in the state of South Carolina or any place else, only the 12 of you who will deliberate can decide the facts of this case. And you'll determine the facts of this case from the testimony which will come from this witness stand, together with any exhibits which is made a part of the record or any stipulations entered into by counsel. It is especially important that you perform your duty diligently and conscientiously and in conformity with the oath that you took, because ordinarily there is no way to correct an erroneous determination of facts by a jury. Now, just as only you can determine the facts of this case, as the presiding judge, I am the judge of the law. You must accept as correct the law as I stated to you, then deliberate and decide. I cannot tell you what the facts are. You cannot disagree with me as to what the law is. And even if you disagree, you must follow the law as I stated to you. You take the facts as you find them to be, the laws I give it to you, you deliberate and you decide the case. Until I tell you that it's time to do so, you cannot discuss the case with anyone, including your fellow jurors. You cannot discuss the case with family, friends, or anyone else. The attorneys in the case, you cannot discuss it with them or any parties or anyone else that might be connected with the case. Should you discover that a fellow juror is violating that oath and that order, you are to bring that to my attention. It's also vital that you do not seek information outside of the courtroom during the case. That means that you're not to search internet websites, watch television reports, news reports, any other form of social media accounts of the case, because you are sworn to decide this case based on the facts as you determine them to be, based on evidence presented in the case, as well as the law as I give it to you. Now, later in the process, I will appoint one of you to serve as the foreperson of the jury. And that person will have the responsibility of serving as the spokesperson for the jury. That person will have the responsibility of presiding over the jury deliberations. And that person will have the responsibility of completing the verdict form representing the unanimous verdict of the jury. In just a moment, the Attorney General will make an opening statement in which he will explain the issues as he sees it, or as the Attorney General sees it. Following that, the defense counsel will have that same opportunity. Then we'll begin with the presentation of testimony from witnesses. I look forward to working with you on this case and to keep the case moving as reasonable as we can keep it moving, but we will not rush, but take the time necessary to have this case fully presented to you. We'll now proceed to opening statements by the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. On the evening of June 7th, 2021, at the defendant's property off Moselle Road in Colleton County, his son, Paul Murdaugh, was standing in a small feed room and some kennels they had on the property. About 8:50 p.m., and the defendant over there, Alec Murdaugh, took a 12-shade shotgun and shot him in the shoulder, in the chest and the shoulder with buckshot. And the evidence is going to show it was a 1,000,000-to-1 shot. He could have survived that, but after that, another shot went up under his head. It did catastrophic damage to his brain and his head. The evidence is going to show that Paul collapsed right outside that feed room. And just moments later, he picked up a .300 Blackout, which is a type of ammunition, but an AR-style rifle. And the evidence is going to show that the family had multiple weapons throughout the property. Picked up that .300 Blackout rifle and opened fire on his wife, Maggie, just feet away near some sheds that used to be a hangar. Pow, pow. 2 shots, abdomen and the leg, and took her down. And after that, there were additional shots, including 2 shots to the head that, again, did catastrophic damage and killed her instantly. The evidence is going to show that neither Paul nor Maggie had any defensive wounds. Neither one of them had any defensive wounds, as if they didn't see a threat coming from their attacker. And the evidence is also going to show that both Maggie and Paul were shot at extremely close range. The evidence is going to show it's called stippling. It's almost like a tattoo, that when you get shot very close to a weapon, it leaves marks that the forensic pathologist can see. They were shot at close range and they did not have defensive wounds. And the evidence is going to show that the defendant, Alec Murdaugh over there, told anyone who would listen that he was never at those kennels. But the evidence is also going to show from these things that every one of us, most of us carry around in our pocket, that he was there. And he was there just minutes before, with Maggie and Paul, just minutes before their cell phones go silent forever. Despite what he told people, I was never at those kennels, the cell phones are going to show otherwise. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Creighton Waters. I'm with the Attorney General's office and I'll be the lead prosecutor. I introduced myself before. With me is David Fernandez, Savannah Gow, John Metters, Don Zelinka, John Conrad, and Johnny James. A lot of lawyers. This is a big case. It's a very complicated case, and that's why there's so many people working on it. Sitting back in the row, we have David Owen, who's the lead investigator. We have Lieutenant Charles Gint, who's one of the agents, Special Agent Ryan Kelly, and Special Agent Peter Rudolph. Some of the agents that are working on the case, as well as Investigator Isaac Toledo, who's working on the case as well. There's some of the witnesses that you'll hear from as we go through this case. The judge talked to you a little bit about him being the judge of the law. And he gives you the law. And I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the legal concepts before I turn back to those facts. Just remember, though, he's the judge of the law. So you take what he says, but I'm going to explain to you some of the legal issues from my perspective before we talk a little bit more about the evidence in the case. And the first thing is right before you went to lunch, y'all all took an oath. Everybody in this courtroom who's got involvement in this case takes an oath. You know, attorneys take an oath to become an attorney, take another oath to become a prosecutor, judge takes another oath to become a judge, witnesses take oath on the stands, law enforcement take oaths to become law enforcement, but y'all took an oath as well. And the reason why is that y'all have the most important job in this courtroom. Every one of you raised your hand and said that you would well and truly try this case. And it's the most important job here because like the judge said, he's the judge of the law, but y'all are the judge of the facts. Y'all are going to listen to what comes from that witness stand and judge those facts. But you also have to be mindful of that oath. That oath requires you to do that hard job, to make that decision, to call the strike when you see it. It's the same oath. It's just as important as any other oath. This might be the most important in this courtroom. The judge mentioned the reasonable doubt, and he's exactly right. It's the state's burden to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. That is a cornerstone of our country. I wouldn't have it any other way. It's a burden we welcome. It's what we want. It's a system that has been well tested and true, and we take that burden to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. And I want to remind everyone that the emphasis is on reasonable. Okay, it's not any doubt. It is reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is often defined, and again, you listen to the judge how he defines it, but reasonable doubt is a doubt that would cause a reasonable person to hesitate to act. And when you hear the evidence coming from this stand about this particular case, I submit to you, you won't hesitate to act. Again, remember the emphasis is on reasonable and reasonable doubt. The judge mentioned the charges, and there are 4 of them. First indictment accuses Alec Murdaugh, to which he's pled not guilty, but it accuses him of murdering Maggie Murdaugh. The second indictment accuses him of murdering Paul Murdaugh. The third indictment accuses him of possessing a firearm during the commission of a violent crime, that being the murder of Maggie Murdaugh. And the last one accuses him of possessing a firearm during the commission of a violent crime, and that being the murder of Paul Murdaugh. And what does that mean? What is murder? Well, the judge again is going to instruct you. It is the unlawful killing of another with malice aforethought. And what is malice? Malice is a mental state. That's ultimately going to be for y'all to determine as to what was going through Alec Murdaugh's mind when he committed these crimes. What is malice? Malice has often been defined as the intentional doing of a wrongful act without just cause or excuse. It is the intent to inflict an injury under circumstances that the law would presume an evil intent. An evil intent. And when you look at the circumstances of the crime, when you look at what led up to this crime, the evidence is going to show that there was malice aforethought. Aforethought, what does that mean? It means it has to exist at the moment you commit that crime. It doesn't have to be planned. It doesn't have to be planned for any long period of time. It just has to exist a split second before the crime is committed. But when you see this crime and you hear all the circumstances, the evidence is going to show that aforethought existed for a while. It existed for a while in the mind of Alec Murdaugh. You're also going to hear about circumstantial evidence. And a lot of times people hear, oh, it's just a circumstantial case. But the law says otherwise. The law says that circumstantial evidence is just as good as direct evidence. And what's the difference between the two? Direct evidence is supposedly about the storm out here, from what I'm told. Direct evidence is if it's sunny outside and a witness goes outside and it's sunny and they come in here and they get on that witness stand and because they saw it raining, they sit on the stand and said, I was just outside and I saw it rain. I saw it raining. That's direct evidence. They actually saw it rain. But to give you an example of what circumstantial evidence is if the witness goes into a room where all the curtains are drawn, and when they go into that room, it's sunny outside and everything's dry. And while they're in that room, they see it darken behind the shades. They hear thunder. They hear the wind blowing. They hear the sound of raindrops on the roof. And then they open up the door, and it's not raining, but everything is wet. There's puddles in the driveway. There's puddles in the street. There's puddles in the yard. There's limbs down all over the ground. And then they come in here and say, yeah, it was raining. Didn't actually see it raining, but those circumstances are beyond any reasonable doubt that it was actually raining. Now, I guess it's possible that somebody could have been standing outside their window and beating a drum to sound like thunder and blowing a fan to make it seem like it was the wind and somehow got enough water to coat the entire neighborhood. But that's not a reasonable doubt. Everybody understand that distinction? That's not a reasonable doubt. Another thing, and this is crucial, what you're going to do in this particular case, is determine credibility or the believability of witnesses. So it'll be your job to look at the evidence, the exhibits in the case, but also the witnesses and decide if it's truthful, if you believe it, if you can rely on it. And the judge is going to instruct you that you can believe one witness against many or many witnesses against one. You can believe all the witnesses' testimony or part of the witness' testimony. It's up to you, first individually and then as a product of your deliberations. And what you're required to do there is just to rely on that good old-fashioned common sense. Does it all fit together? Is it corroborated? Does it fit with what you would expect? Does it fit with what you expect how real people would act? Does it seem real? Does something seem a little off? Does something seem a little off? You're going to see video statements of Alec Murdaugh. You're going to see body-worn camera of him at the scene when law enforcement arrives. And hear what he says. And hear what he says about that night. You're going to hear 3 recorded statements on video that he gave with law enforcement. And you're going to hear how things progress about what he says and what he says he did that night. Watch those closely. Watch his expressions. Listen to what he's saying. Listen to what he's not saying. Use that common sense. Does this seem right? Or does something seem a little off? Something seems a little off. I mentioned that Maggie was killed with a 300 blackout rifle, an AR style rifle that chambered in 300 blackout ammunition. And you're going to hear evidence that back in Christmas of 2016, Alec Murdaugh over there bought 2 300 blackout AR style rifles. And then not long after that, one of them went missing from Paul's truck. And time went by, and in April of 2018, Alec Murdaugh replaced that rifle and bought another one. 3 total blackout rifles that they had. One of them went missing years ago, and a replacement was bought. You're going to hear evidence that Paul and his friend were using that replacement gun. They were standing right outside the side door to the gun room of the house, and they were sighting it in, firing down into a field. And the cases were ejecting. The cases are the empty shell from a bullet, and they were ejecting out into the flower bed right there. And then there's a range across the street, and they shot it there, and there's cases ejected there as well. And they were shooting that third replacement gun just weeks prior to the murders, prior to June 7th, 2021, when Maggie and Paul were murdered. And you're going to hear forensic evidence that the cases that were found in that flower bed and the cases that were found across the street at that range were ejected out of the same weapon that fired all the cases that were around Maggie's dead body, that killed her. It was a family weapon that killed Maggie Murdaugh. And you're going to hear evidence that of those 3 blackouts that Alec Murdaugh purchased, when law enforcement arrives at the scene on June 7th, 2021, he can only account for one of them. He can only account for one of them. And that replacement gun is nowhere to be found. You're also going to hear evidence that the type of ammunition, the exact brand, the exact model of ammunition that was used to kill Maggie, S&B, 300 blackout ammunition, and 147 grain bullets, that exact ammunition, boxes, empty boxes of that ammunition, is found all over the property. The very same brand and model of ammunition that was used to kill her is found at multiple locations throughout the property. And you're also going to hear evidence, the same thing about the shotgun shells that killed Paul. That federal double-aught buckshot unfired rounds were found on the property, as well as Winchester #2 turkey loads, the 2 rounds in the shotgun that killed Paul. Family weapon, same ammunition. It's on the property. You're also going to hear evidence that about a week after the murders, Mr. Alec Murdaugh's father had died, Mr. Randolph, and about a week after the murders, he shows up early in the morning at his parents' home, where his mother still is in late-stage Alzheimer's, on Alameda in Hampton. It's uncharacteristic for him to show up early, uncharacteristic for him to show up at all like that. And he comes in, and he's carrying something in a blue tarp, and he takes it upstairs. And eventually law enforcement finds out about that. And they go upstairs, and they find a wadded up, very, very large raincoat in a blue color. Could look like a tarp. And you're going to hear evidence that it was coated with gunshot residue on the inside. On the inside. You're going to hear other evidence of gunshot residue. You're going to hear that there was gunshot residue on Alec at the scene. You're going to hear the evidence that there was gunshot residue on the seatbelt of the car he was driving. You're going to hear evidence that when law enforcement got to the scene, he had gone and gotten a shotgun, Paul's shotgun, and that Maggie's DNA was on that shotgun. You're going to hear other evidence from DNA, gunshot residue, firearms examiners. There's going to be a lot of forensic evidence in this case. And I'm not going to get into every single bit of it right now. What I will say that a key piece of forensic evidence that you're going to hear in this case is the cell phone evidence. Alec's cell phone, Maggie's cell phone, Paul's cell phone. You know, this is all amazing technology that most of us carry around in our pockets. It really allows us to do a lot of things and to get a lot done. But this cell phone keeps track.
This is Attorney Creighton Waters bringing his big Creighton energy, but he is really, really good in this trial. Sometimes he's a little meh, but he's really good in this trial.
Of who we're talking to, who we're calling, who we're texting, whenever we access apps. And every time you do that, there's a record kept in this phone unless it's deleted somehow. And if you're using certain apps, you can even get GPS information where you were when you did that that's stored on these phones. You're going to hear evidence about that. You're going to hear evidence that when you make a call and it pings off of cell towers, the location information can be gathered from that as well. And so it allows an investigation to take this and piece together what someone was doing on a particular day, and not only what they were doing, but who they were interacting with and how they were interacting with them. And this is going to be crucial evidence for you to consider. You're going to hear that particularly Alec and Paul, but also Maggie, were prolific cell phone users, to the point where Paul's friends even had a nickname for him about his cell phone usage. Before I talk more about that, there's 3 family properties I need to talk about, okay? The first one I've mentioned is Moselle. Moselle in Colleton County. It's called Moselle, it's off of Moselle Road, but everybody refers to it as Moselle. And that property is large, it's a lot of acres. There's a main house on it, and there's a driveway that goes to that main house, but it used to be an airstrip, and there's an airstrip that goes down, and then down the way, just less than a third of a mile away, just a 3-minute walk, 4-minute walk, 45-second drive, is the kennels and the shed that used to be a hangar where Paul and Maggie were murdered. So the main house is just less than a third of a mile away. You can see the kennels from the main house. You can see the main house from the kennels. The family also had a house in Edisto at the beach. And the evidence is going to show that that is where Maggie preferred to stay, particularly in the summer months. She liked the beach. She was not a hunter. She didn't want to be at Moselle. She didn't want to be at the lodge where it was hot and buggy. She liked being in Edisto. And then you're also, I've already mentioned, the house in Alameda, which is where his parents' home. On June 7th, 2021, you're going to hear evidence that his father went into the hospital and the prognosis was not good. And in fact, he died a few days later. And his mother was in late stage Alzheimer's, and that house being cared for by a caretaker. You're going to hear from that caretaker.
Mr. Waters, yes, sir. We pause for a moment. We'll be at ease for just a moment.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
What do you think they're talking about? What do you think they're talking about? Secrets. All secrets. Good thing about Reed is you just can wait for all this, but what are they looking at? I want to see that clerk.
You may proceed.
Oh, her whistleblower. This is the one who
We're
did
talking
it.
about the 3 family properties. Moselle has the main house and the kennels / sheds. The main house has a driveway, but the kennels also have a driveway. And the evidence is going to show that that was actually as commonly used as the main driveway. In fact, the mailbox is by the kennel driveway. Driving right past those kennels where Paul and Maggie were murdered. I told you that you're going to hear evidence that Maggie did not like being in Moselle as much as she liked Edisto, the beach house. But that, on June 7th, 2021, she came back to Moselle. And the evidence is going to show that she arrived about 8:15. And the evidence is going to show that from the cell phones that Paul was there at the house, at the main house. And Alec Murdaugh himself says that they ate dinner. And the autopsy is going to reflect both Paul and Maggie having similar stomach contents, indicating that they recently shared a meal together. About 8:30, like 15 minutes after they arrived, Paul's phone starts moving towards the kennels. You're going to hear evidence again that the defendant said he was never at those kennels, that he was napping after they ate, and he was at the main house and never went there. You're also going to hear evidence about how much Alec used his own cell phone, and it would be unusual for him to be anywhere without his cell phone. At 8:44 and 55 seconds, Paul recorded a video. He was down at the kennels because he had been talking to a friend of his, and you're going to hear from this friend because his friend's dog was in the kennels and they thought there was something wrong with the tail. And Paul was recording a video of it to send to his friend. 8:44 and 55 seconds.
The dog's name is Cash. We must name the puppy. The dog's name is Cash.
Video, and you'll see that video, and you'll hear from witnesses that identify Paul's voice, Maggie's voice, and Alec's voice. Told anyone who would listen he was never there. At 8:44 and 55 seconds, there's a video. The evidence will show that he was there. He was at the murder scene with the two victims. And more than that, just over 3 minutes later, 8:49 and 1 second, Paul's phone locks forever. He never reads another text. He never sends another text. He doesn't answer calls. 3 minutes after that video has the defendant at the murder scene with the two victims, Paul's phone goes silent forever. And in fact, another communication comes into the very friend that he was talking to the dog at 8:49 and 35 seconds, just 35 seconds later, and he doesn't answer it. He never answers another thing forever now. And on top of that, Maggie's phone locks at 8:49 and 31 seconds, around that same time, and she never answers another text, never sends another text, never makes another phone call, never receives another phone call. 3 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. 3 minutes after a video shows he's at the scene with the victims, and he told everybody he was never there. Credibility, ladies and gentlemen. Credibility. So what happens after that? Well, you'll hear evidence that Alec's phone was conspicuously, didn't have a lot of activity from about 8:09 p.m. until 9:02 p.m. And if he was at the kennels, which the evidence will show, why is his phone not with him? Why is it not showing activity? But you will hear that at 9:02, all of a sudden his phone does start to pick up activity. At 9:02, he calls, he starts moving. At 9:04, he calls Maggie's phone. Doesn't answer, of course. Doesn't answer. He calls his father, Randolph, who's in the hospital. Doesn't appear there's an answer there. He calls Maggie again at 9:06. Remember, he's just a third of a mile away. You can see it. At 9:06, she doesn't answer. At 9:06, he turns on his car, his Suburban, and he texts Maggie that he's going, be right back. I'm going to go check on Mom. And he doesn't drive down to the kennels, even though that's where the mailbox is. That's a common place to be, even though you can see it. He's called his wife 2 times and texted her, and she hasn't responded. But he didn't just drive down there and say, hey, I'm heading. You guys want to go? What's up? What's up? Right there. You can see it. He then drives to Alameda, where his mom is suffering from Alzheimer's, and the caretaker is there. And he starts calling people. He's talking to people. It'll be up to you to decide whether or not he's trying to manufacture an alibi. He comes, he gets there to Alameda. You'll hear evidence about whether or not that was usual. You'll hear evidence about how he was acting when he got there. And he's only there for 20 minutes because he's back underway at 9:44. And he makes more phone calls on the way back. Calling friends, calling people who will answer. It'll be up to you to decide whether he's trying to create an alibi. And he gets back to Moselle at 10:01. And he calls 911 at 10:06. Listen to that 911 call. Listen to what he says. Listen to what explanations he may offer. You're going to hear that 911 call, but you're also going to see the body-worn camera of the officers who arrived at the scene. The video camera they wear so that it records what they're doing. And you're going to see what he did to Maggie and Paul. It's going to be gruesome. There's no other way around it. It's what he did. You're going to see crime scene photographs. You're going to see the traumatic injuries that were suffered. You're going to hear from a pathologist, a doctor who will examine the injuries. It's going to be gruesome. There's no other way around it. On that 911 call and on the body-worn cameras, pay attention to what he says. Look at how he's acting. But he says within a few minutes of each one of those, he says, this is about the boat case. This is about the boat case. And you're going to hear some of what was going on in Alex Murdaugh's life leading up to that day. Stuff that happened that very day, stuff that was leading up, a perfect storm that was gathering, much like the storms that are coming outside today. Listen for that evidence. Listen to that gathering storm that all came to a head on June 7th, 2021, the day the evidence will show he killed Maggie and Paul. This has been a long, exhaustive investigation. And it's going to be a fairly long trial because it's complicated. It's a journey. There's a lot of aspects to this case. There's a lot of factors to this case. But like a lot of things that are complicated, when you start to put them all together, piece them together like a puzzle, all of a sudden the picture emerges and it's really simple. It's really simple. Once we get to the end of that journey, and you have a chance to deliberate, the evidence is going to be such that you're going to reach the inescapable conclusion that Alec murdered Maggie and Paul, that he was the storm, that the storm was coming for them, and the storm arrived on June 7th, 2021, just like the storms that are heading here right now, that they died as a result, beyond any reasonable doubt. Thank you.
For the defense.
Please report, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my name is Dick Harpootlian. I think I introduced myself to y'all and our attorneys.
My name is Dick Harpootlian.
Philip Barber, Margaret Fox. It is our honor to represent Alec Murdaugh, or Murdaugh, depending on how you pronounce it. I say it's our honor because I submit to you what you have heard from the Attorney General as facts are not. They're his theories, his conjecture. Now stand up. This is Alec Murdaugh. And Alec was the loving father of Paul and the loving husband of Maggie.
And also a murderer.
You're not going to hear a single witness say that their relationship, Maggie and Alex's relationship, were anything other than loving. You're going to hear about how they went to a baseball game the weekend before. You're going to hear about their relationship. You're going to see texts and emails indicating a loving relationship. Paul, the apple of his eye. You're going to see a video somewhere between 7:30 and 8 o'clock the night of the murders with Paul and Alec riding around looking at some trees they planted. It's a Snapchat that Paul sent to other people because the trees were not planted very well. They were cantilevering over. They're laughing. They're having a good time. That would be about an hour before the Attorney General says he swatted them. When I say he swatted them, when they were swatted, and no question, Paul Murdaugh was shot twice with buckshot, 12-gauge buckshot, once in the chest. And by the way, that shot would indicate it was in the chest and came out under his arm, like somebody that might have been holding up their hands. So when he says no defensive wounds, he perhaps was being held at shotgun. I mean, I can make the same sort of speculation that the Attorney General can, because that's all he's doing is speculating. What we do know is 12-gauge, fairly close range shot to the chest. He must have been turned because it comes out under his arm. There's wadding, if you're familiar with a shotgun, under his arm. The second shot ended up, and there's going to be some question about the direction of that shot, but ended up entering his skull cavity, and the gases from that shot literally exploded his head like a watermelon hit with a sledgehammer. All that was left was the front of his face. Everything else was gone. His brain.
Okay. Can we just pause for a second? This attorney is literally describing right in front of his client that he is supposed to be defending the exact impact and brain matter and how it exploded his noggin is beyond me. Oh man. All right, I'm gonna be quiet.
Exploded out of his head, hit the ceiling in the shed, and dropped to his feet. Horrendous, horrible, butchering. So to find Alec Murdaugh guilty of murdering his son, you're going to have to accept that within an hour of having a extraordinarily bonding, you can see it in the Snapchat, that he executes him in a brutal fashion. Not believable. Not believable. Now, Maggie is shot running. There's no defensive wounds because she's shot running, and after she falls to the ground and has one bullet that has hit her and probably traveled up and hit her brain, she's on the ground, and whoever the perpetrator was walked up took that AR and put one in the back of her head. Executed. Executed. Why? This is going to be interesting because we don't know why. He doesn't know why. He's got theories of this and theories of that, but why? Number one. Number two, what was it in that hour between when he's yucking it up with Paul? And let me say this to you. His record, he was interviewed. He comes home and finds, there's no question about this. They've got telemetry from his car. He left the house at 9:06, returns at 10:01 after seeing his mother who has dementia. Now remember, that day, his father, who is dying, is taken to the hospital. Mom's home alone with the housekeeper. Perfectly reasonable for him to want to go see her. And later than usual, because his father's not there. He's in the hospital. He dies 2 days later. His father dies 2 days later. So the question is, if he leaves at 9:06 and he's back at 10:01, he literally, and he can account, the cars and the cell phone records account for where he was between 9:06 and 10:01. Now the cell phone records, and you're going to hear this from their own experts, are incomplete. They're incomplete. And we submit one of the reasons they're incomplete. And by the way, how do they find Maggie's phone? Maggie's phone was thrown out on the side of the road about a quarter of a mile away from, a little bit more, maybe a half a mile, from the Moselle property, thrown out on the side of the road. They found it by using Find My iPhone. And the way they did that, they had to open it or have access. Who gave them the code to open the phone? Now, Murdaugh. And it's not destroyed, it's just thrown on the side of the phone. What you're also going to see is that Alec Murdaugh was calling that phone at 9:06. As he leaves the house, he did call her twice and texted her. And we also know that at 9:06, as he cranks his car, as the cell phone records show that, as the telemetry data shows the cell phone linking up with the car, that phone is being thrown on the side of the road almost a half a mile away. Now that is Houdini. That is magic. That is inexplicable. Now, I was making notes while the Attorney General was talking. But let me tell you what is more believable. The night he comes home and finds his wife and son butchered. And when I say butchered, you're going to see these photographs. When I see them now, after having seen them for the last 4 or 5 months, it still shocks me. It still is tough to look at. It still bothers me. And he comes home and finds his son laying in his own blood with his brain laying at his feet, shot to hell. He walks over, he checks to see if there's any life there, although, he's seeing his brain laying outside his body. He knows there's nothing there. He goes over and tries to get a pulse out of Maggie. No pulse there. Calls 911. I want you to hear that 911 tape. It is a man hysterical, in grief, trying to figure out what's going on. And he tells the 911 operator that he's concerned, and he drives back up to the house. And by the way, you can't see, I've been out there, you can't see the shed where you might see the top of the shed. There are pine trees between the front porch or the porch on the house and the dog pens. And it's not a third of a mile, maybe by the way the crow flies, but it takes a little bit longer to drive down there. And this is not unusual for them to communicate by cell phone or text, even when they're all on the same property. It's 1,100 acres, big property. They hunted it. So what I'm trying to say to you is that the Attorney General has given you his view. And again, you can't see the shed. And I'm going to ask the judge at some point during this trial to ask you, the jury, to be able to go to the scene so you can see it. You can understand the proportions. you can understand the details. Because the facts are what matter here. The facts. Let me give you another fact. You're going to hear their witnesses explain the catastrophic injuries to Paul, that his head literally exploded. And whoever shot him with that shotgun was probably no more than 3 feet away. Maybe closer, maybe a little further away. His head exploded. You would be covered in blood from head to foot. Head to foot. In blood. They seized his clothes that night. SLED did. And they well, first of all, you're going to see in the videos from the officers that arrived that night, there's no blood on him. They didn't find any blood on him. SLED's testing indicated 12 different places on his shirt and pants. No human blood detected. Period. Okay? You'll see pictures. White t-shirt, no blood on it. Those are facts.
I thought that there was microscopic little tiny bits of spray that were found on the shirt. Am I wrong?
Facts. Those aren't theories. Those are facts. Another fact that is, I think, the reason we're here today. When you hear those questions on the videotape on the night, now he's found his wife and son brutally butchered. You can hear on the 911 tape, he is hysterical. He comes in and out. It's consistent. If any of you have ever, you got to use your experience as part of this deliberation process. Your human experience. Who's ever suffered a catastrophic loss of a friend or a family member, it's numbing. It's the minute you find out, or if you see them dead, it's numbing. You go into shock. So anything he said that night is in the context of just an hour or two before finding his wife and son butchered. He drove back up to the house while he was on 911 saying, I got to get a gun, that whoever did this might be out there. And he gets a gun. What's fascinating about that is he gets a 12 gauge shotgun and he grabs some shells. These people hunt a lot. They have guns everywhere. He grabs some shells. He puts a 16 gauge, a 12 gauge, grabs a 12 gauge shotgun, put a 12 gauge buckshot in, and then he put a 16 gauge buckshot in. That's how shook up he was. Guy hunted all his life, and he put a shell in that he couldn't fire a 16 gauge from a 12 gauge. Makes no sense. He was traumatized. GSR, their own expert at SLED said the amount of particles of GSR are consistent with him going up and picking that shotgun up. They want to talk about GSR? Again, if you fired a shotgun twice and a rifle 6 times, you'd be covered in GSR. Those are the facts. That's not his theory. The facts. Now let's talk a little bit about these ARs. Again, you're going to hear testimony. A lot of guns. They had a gun room. I don't live in Calhoun County. I live in downtown Columbia. Ain't no gun rooms in downtown Columbia. But apparently if you live on 1,100 acres and you hunt deer and you hunt whatever they were planting those sunflowers for, quail, again, not a big number. You have a lot of guns. The truth is, in 2017, and you'll hear the testimony, that Alec bought 2 blackouts, one for Paul and one for Buster, his other son, who's sitting out in the audience. And Paul had his stolen. He bought another one for Paul. Now, Paul was very irresponsible with guns, cars. He'd leave guns around. He'd leave guns in cars. He oftentimes left guns down at the dog pens, in the feed room. Now, I can't tell you whether he was shot with his own weapon or not, or his mom was shot with his weapon or not. But I can tell you that they weren't shot by Alex. They don't have the guns. There's no way to tell conclusively without having the weapons what weapons those were fired by, and we'll be talking a little bit with the SWAT experts about that. The sort of overarching issue here is why murder on June 7th, 2021, why is it September of 2022 before they charge him? And I will tell you what happened that night, and this is a problem. He's questioned, and the questioning is pretty aggressive. You'll hear it. He traumatized. They suspect him. They show up, he's got a shotgun. They suspect him. And the next morning, 2 people found butchered here in Colleton County, Moselle Road. The police announced, don't worry, there's no danger to y'all. There's nobody out there that could pose a danger to you. Because you see, they decided that night he did it. Without forensics, without cell phones, without any of that. And they've been pounding that square peg in the round hole for the last, since June of 2021, resulting in charges in September of 22. And so, if he felt, and he did, and you'll hear it, the accusatory fashion he's being interviewed in, he may not have dealt all the facts. But by the way, whether he'd been down to the dog pens that night or not, really didn't matter. Really doesn't matter. Because you're going to see cell phone activity that would be, let me put it to you this way. Paul's phone, 850. Maggie's phone, later than that, 854. Clearly, is still being used. At 9:06, he's up at the house, getting in the car, cranking it up to drive over and see his mom. He says, a few hundred yards away, it's a little bit further than that. But the point of the matter is, he would have had to have executed both of them, got back up to the house, got the bloody clothes off. And by the way, they seized his clothes from that night. They've never searched his house for any other clothes that we know of. Although that night, he gave permission and they got a search warrant. Go to my house. Go look through everything. Where are the bloody clothes? Where are the bloody clothes? And of course, I would tell you that they've woven this story together because they want everything to be consistent. What's important about that is the judge, and by the way, there's no eyewitness. There's no forensics tying him to the murder. When I say forensics, fingerprints, blood, whatever, tying him to shooting anybody that night. The cell phone records would indicate he would have had less than 10 minutes to kill him, get up to the house, get in the car and crank it up. He'd be covered in blood. Now, if they think he was beginning to establish an alibi, there's no evidence of that. The evidence is consistent with him seeing them earlier at the dog pen. And by the way, that audio they have of him and Maggie, they're talking about one of the dogs killing a chicken. And they were debating whether it was a guinea hen or a chicken. No animosity. Very normal discussion. Paul's very happy. We know that Paul, after that, is texting back and forth with a girl about going to the movies. Nobody's down there threatening him. Daddy's not pulling out a shotgun and killing him. For, 10 minutes after that, he's texting this girl. So, big question. One shooter or two? Two guns, shotgun and an AR. And by the way, Maggie has no defensive wounds because she's running. What's she running from? And could you shoot? Typically, she had a little shed right, probably 150 feet from the feed room on the other side of a wall. Perhaps she heard the shotgun blast and came around and saw somebody or two people, and whoever it was opened up. Was there enough time to kill Paul and then find the AR and then ambush Maggie? Much more likely there were two people, but again, we don't have to prove anything. Let me sort of share the framework in which you should examine this. You have agreed to follow the law, and here's the law. Here is the law. He didn't do it. He is presumed innocent. As you sit there right now, when you look at him, you have to believe he is innocent. He didn't do it. Now, let me tell you, that's so.
I had to, because when he said, look at him as he sits there right now, reminds me of one of Mom's like, oh, look at that poor little sweet innocent face. My poor little sweet boy couldn't have done that. All right, anyway.
So difficult to do. I get it. And the way maybe the best way to explain it is this morning or yesterday, nobody really reads newspapers anymore, but if you're reading the newspaper, looking at the internet, and you read the police had arrested somebody for some heinous crime, the natural inclination of everybody, all of y'all, is to say, thank God they caught him or her. Thank God that person is in custody. And you did something that's so natural. We all do it. You presumed the police had arrested the person that committed the crime. You presumed him or her guilty. That is the natural thing to do. And you know what? That's fine for you to do. Any other day except today. Because you took an oath to follow the law. And the law is, he is innocent. He's presumed innocent. That is your presumption. Your mental framework is, he didn't do it. They've got to prove it to me beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, what's even more difficult, and this isn't a contest, this isn't a game, this isn't who wins and who loses. This is about justice. You know, Oliver Wendell Holmes, one of the justices of the Supreme Court, once said, jury duty is the highest duty a citizen can perform for their country in peacetime. Because you are protecting us from them, from the state, from the government. That's the foundation of our Constitution, is that the individual has the right to be presumed innocent, has the right to a jury trial, has a right to have his or her peers sit in judgment of them. That's you. And the framework is you presume him innocent, and you cannot convict him until the state proves to you beyond a reasonable doubt of his guilt. And a reasonable doubt is the kind of doubt which would cause an ordinary person to hesitate to act in the more important decisions in their life. Now, what makes this even more complicated is there's no direct evidence. There's no eyewitness. There's no camera. There's no fingerprints. There's no forensics tying him to the crime. None. None. I say that without any fear of contradiction whatsoever. None. And what the judge is going to tell you is, to the extent the state relies on circumstantial evidence, the circumstances must be consistent with each other, and when taken together, point conclusively to the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. If these circumstances merely portray the defendant's behavior as suspicious, the proof has failed. Now, this smoke they've created is about suspicion. I mean, if you show up at the scene and you got the wife, the wife especially dead, and the guy's got a shotgun, you know, it's pretty logical for the cops to jump to a conclusion. He did it. And the problem is that as they came to that conclusion, they have pounded that square peg in the round hole, and you're going to hear about it. They've ignored some witnesses. For instance, that blue tarp showed up with a blue tarp. That witness who said he showed up with a blue tarp was shown a blue rain jacket that he talked about. Said, that's not it. That's not what he brought here that morning. I've talked to her. She says, no. It was a blue tarp. And what was it?
Objection sustained.
I would indicate,
Objection is sustained. You may proceed.
I would tell you that the testimony you're going to hear is inconsistent with the Attorney General's represented to you, based on interviews done by people other than me. So what I'm telling you is this, that as you sit here and listen, every time there's a witness that takes that witness stand that the state's put up there, you see, you judge the credibility, whether to believe a witness or not believe a witness, whether to believe one witness against many, many against one. You're going to have to evaluate the testimony you hear from this witness stand with a critical eye. Critical eye. I mean, if you've got uncontested scientific evidence, you accept it. I've got no problem with that. These cell phone records he keeps talking about, I would say to you, are not necessarily accurate to the extent that they're lying. I will also tell you that there's going to be a bunch of people, and I will, that have been promised something or threatened with something, that may take the witness stand and say something. But I tell you what they're not going to say. They're not going to say they saw him kill him. They're not going to say that they were involved in it. They're not going to say anything that would give you a comfort level in their testimony. Now, all of you have indicated that you will follow the law. And I say this one last time. He didn't do it. He didn't butcher his son and wife. And you need to put from your mind any suggestion that he did. You've been picked because you said you could be fair. You were picked because you said you could follow the law. You were picked because Alec Murdaugh believes that you can be fair. Now, if during this process over the next however long we're here, I say something or do something, which most certainly based on my career, I will do, that irritates you or angers you. Sometimes I'm a little rough. Don't hold that against Alec, hold it against me. If I say something that offends you in some way, don't hold that against Alec, hold it against me. Remember, as you sit there right now, in your mind, he didn't do it. He is innocent. He would require a verdict of not guilty from you. That's the law. That's your oath. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to send you to the jury for.
Talk to your law clerk. I mean, we do have a witness. Unfortunately, that witness, the main point of that witness would be the body-worn camera, as he is a first responder that arrived at the scene. Unfortunately, the audio does not appear to be working, so I'm informed, despite efforts of courtroom staff and even our IT folks to try to get it going. I've been also told that the company that installed this for the court is not here, and they've been able to do this. So unfortunately, given the lateness of the hour, which I don't think we could finish him anyway, because the video in and of itself is fairly long.
At 9:30 tomorrow morning, they still haven't done whatever you just said.
I will personally come up with a solution to present evidence to this jury, but I think, I don't even think we could really get him done today anyway if we started, because even the body worn itself is 20, 30 minutes long, depending on which exhibit we put in.
Yeah, and I think this is wise because even if we started right now, I don't think you could get the whole video played. And I'm going to ask, and I'll tell the Attorney General now, we're going to ask him to play the whole video for completeness rather than picking out little excerpts. So that may take 45 minutes.
Any objection to that?
We had prepared excerpts. There's a lot of discussion of law enforcement as they're arriving at the scene, and I have theories. But if you want to play the whole thing, I'm fine with that.
That settles that. Okay. If you bring the jury, I'm going to excuse them to 9:30 if they're ready to come in. All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are through for the day. We're going to recess till 9:30 tomorrow morning. Remember the oath that you took and the instructions that you're not to discuss the case with anyone. You're not to engage in any search for further details through any means. And we need you back at 9:30 tomorrow morning.
The officer is here. I can play the video and he can comment.
Transcript being offered. Well, you have questions for the witness, questions for your IT guy. You're just reading, ready to proceed. I understand. We're waiting for you. Okay.
Yep. I'm ready. What was the time? 17.
Page 17.
It's
Let me, rather than having to play this, let me just cut to the chase. It's taking too much time. On this transcript, on this tape, fire rescue person says to you, I believe you agreed with me, set of prints behind the trailer. You were told there's.
Jackie's publishing again this
I'm
transcript.
not publishing, I'm asking. Did you?
I object.
I haven't heard a question yet.
I'd like to make.
Is it just me, or does everybody love when they get a little extra feisty? You're like, yeah. Just me? Probably not. Okay.
Were you told by fire and rescue there's a set of prints behind the trailer?
yes.
Okay. And did he tell you that they attempted to not disturb those footprints in any way?
I don't recall exactly what was said.
Let me further.
Oh, before I get too far ahead of myself, any of the mods, if you guys have any links or anything, HAW has a thing where he has links for the moderators for Buy Me a Coffee, I think, so that other people can contribute to you guys as well. I know I'm a little far ahead of myself, but if you guys want to do that, I just will need links to that eventually. Okay, thanks. Bye.
ask you, you asked Mr. Murdaugh, we heard this on the tape, you talked about the tire tracks coming and going, and he told you those weren't his tire tracks, correct?
He did say that they were not.
Okay. And further, he indicated to you, Mr. Murdaugh did, that he felt this was related to the boat case. You indicated you knew about the boat case. You read about the boat case.
That's correct.
And in the boat case, Paul had been charged with 3 counts of felony DUI, killing a young girl and wounding 2 others, correct?
I don't know much details about that case. I really don't.
Okay. But Mr. Murdaugh indicated to you that the threats made against Paul.
He did.
And that he even got in a fight once about it.
I believe he said punched.
Punched, okay. And so on the scene, he believed that Paul's death was connected to someone angry about the boat case, correct?
He's been
Your Honor, as to what he believed. Asking the witness what another person believed.
Objection's overruled.
Thank you. On the scene, Mr. Murdaugh indicated to you he thought the death of his son was related to his son's involvement in the death of the young lady and the injury of 2 others in the boat case, correct?
It appeared that that's what he was getting at, yes.
That's on the tape. Now, let's talk a little bit about the preservation of.
You're 1 sentence away from launching your website with Base 44. Since the beginning of the internet, there's never been such a fun, fast, and intelligent way to launch online.
The crime scene. What did you do other than put yellow tape up to preserve the crime scene?
That is about the extent of my jobs, to put up the tape and make sure.
Anyone know if Manos is watching this so he can learn how to secure a crime scene? If not, if anyone wants to send him the link, might be helpful.
People that don't need to cross it, don't cross it.
And I noticed that there were officers walking around putting little pieces of tape near shell casings.
There was one officer doing that, yes.
And in the process of doing that, I didn't see any lights other than maybe a flashlight. Were there any, did y'all put up any sort of high intensity lights so people could make sure they weren't stepping on something in the dark?
At that point, there was no additional lighting that had been put up.
But you and your officers were walking through that entire area, is that correct?
We were walking in the area, yes.
Okay, and did you actually walk, the feed room, and let me, maybe this is the best way to do this.
Oh, pictures, please.
Here's Buster.
One of Paul's feet is still inside. This is the feed room behind him, correct?
Yes.
And this is his head, lots of blood, and this would be a part of his brain lying next to him, correct?
I don't know if that's part of his brain or not.
All right, so it's fair to say you didn't know whether that was part of his brain. When you first saw him, you didn't know whether his injuries were catastrophic or he was dead, or did you?
It was very clear that it was catastrophic.
Okay. That's great. Now, when you came upon the scene, clearly this feed room was part of the crime scene, correct?
Yes.
Now, you're taught to keep the crime scene pristine, correct?
As pristine as possible, yes.
There was no reason for you to go in there, was there?
Me at the time, no.
Okay. Was there any reason for the police, before the SLED crime folks showed up, was there any reason for y'all to go in?
There was no reason for me to go in there. I cannot speak if there was a reason for another officer to have gone in there.
Well, let me ask you this. Did y'all have any sort of crime scene expert with you that night, someone that processes crime scenes?
Investigators do process crime scenes.
Okay. Do you remember going in that meeting room?
I don't remember if I did specifically or
But
not.
you shouldn't have if you did, correct?
It's not to say that I shouldn't have. If there was something that needed to be done in there, then yes.
I guess what I'm getting at is, I think and you would agree with me, one of the cardinal rules of a crime scene is keep it pristine. Don't walk over things. Try to preserve tire tracks, get pictures of them, footprints, all those sorts of things. Was somebody with the officers with you? Were you in charge of the scene?
I was in charge of the deputies that were under my immediate supervision until someone higher than me arrived on scene.
And were those deputies directed by you or anyone to do something to preserve the tire tracks, pictures, cordon them off, cover them up?
I did not give anyone that instruction, no.
So you didn't do that. In terms of Paul, where Paul was laying, was anybody instructed, put a cordon around him? There's no reason to go into the feed room. There's no reason to do anything obtrusive until the SLED crime scene process. They're on the way at this point, right?
I believe they were, yes.
And so okay, so let's put the other one up. And identify this for me, please.
That's Maggie Murdaugh.
Your Honor, may we approach very briefly?
Was apparent that she was deceased? You believe? But have you ever seen a dead body before?
I have seen multiple, yes.
Many, right?
Yes.
So you're sort of an expert in this area, who's dead, who's not, who ought to get EMS there to check them out or not, correct? You make that call.
Yes.
Okay. But you could understand, obviously, Alex Murdaugh's concern that they might be alive, that maybe, you're not saying.
Stop watching this ad. Go to Wix and grab your domain name.
That he shouldn't be concerned if somebody check out both Maggie and Paul to make sure they were dead, right?
He was very concerned about that, yes.
Okay. Now, as to Maggie Murdaugh, we see these numbers. Did y'all do these numbers, or were they done after y'all were there?
I don't know when those numbers were done. They were not placed by myself.
Or your team?
I can't say that for sure, certain.
We see that in the video, that they're putting down yellow tape. They're not putting these down, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you also, according to the video we saw, a number of your officers are walking around marking where cartridges are, right?
They were.
Did they pick any of them up?
No, not to my knowledge.
Well, later on, we see them talking to you and others on the video where they're saying these rounds came from a blackout. They're blackout rounds. For blackout.
300 blackout, yes, sir.
Right. Did they get down on their hands and knees and look, or did they?
You would have to ask them. I don't know what they did to know that they were 300 blackout rounds.
Well, who were those officers that were walking around her without a light on, perhaps stepping on evidence, correct? Who were those officers?
Deputy McDowell and Deputy Pruitt were both in that area.
Were they doing that pursuant to your instruction?
They were not specifically instructed to do it. They just took the initiative to do it.
Okay, I don't know. I want to play.
You ready? Do I have to turn the Elmo off? Are we good? Yep, we're good.
Well, the dad's over there.
Okay, so this is, your officer is putting a sheet on Paul's body?
Not putting a sheet on, the sheet was already there.
Already there, okay, continue.
So people just fire rescue might have some more sheets we can steal. That's why it shouldn't be law enforcement all areas and more.
Who's that standing inside the feed room?
Just inside that doorway was
Yeah.
Deputy McDowell.
Okay, were you present? Oh, is that your body cams? You're watching them do it, right?
That's correct.
Should he have done that?
Stand where he's standing.
Standing inside the feed room?
It's part of the crime scene. We're all standing inside of the crime scene.
Inside what?
The crime scene, we are all standing in the same crime scene.
I understand the same crime scene, but clearly you believe, based on discussion, and everyone in your unit believed, that the fatal shot was made where he's basically standing, correct? That in that area?
Where we are all standing.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Is that procedure to walk around on top of an area where shots have been fired? That perhaps, and I think even in this,
Okay, I love this guy. He is not taking any shit from this dude. Love it.
they're talking about tissue or brain matter laying there. I mean, aren't you supposed to, you don't put anything on your feet?
Question, there's not a question in that statement. Let's sustain, you must pose questions.
Did you in any way have your men or women put protective gear on their feet? I saw you put gloves on, but did they put anything to insulate themselves from contaminating the scene?
On their feet, no.
In many instances, departments around the country have people dress in a gown to keep their DNA, their hair from contaminating the scene. Did you do that?
We do not on road patrol of Gallatin County as standard practice, no.
You do not do that.
Not a standard practice, no.
Have you ever done that?
I have not.
Have you ever had something covering your feet when you're walking on a crime scene?
I couldn't tell you that for sure.
Now, if we later on find, and did you notice bloody footprints? Well, first of all, did you notice bloody footprints inside the feed room?
I don't remember seeing any.
Sorry?
I don't remember seeing any bloody footprints.
Okay. If there were bloody footprints in the feed room, could they have been created by you or your men?
They could have been created by anyone walking in that area, sure.
And you're walking in there, or your men are walking in there, correct?
Yeah, correct.
And you think that's standard operating procedure?
Well, you do your best not to contaminate anything.
And this is your best?
What you're looking at right now is standard procedure.
To walk in an area where there's blood, where there's brain matter, where there's, and I believe there's wadding laying on the floor?
I don't recall.
But you would agree with me that you have these procedures so that you don't contaminate the crime scene, so that you don't destroy evidence like those tire tracks or those footprints, or leave your DNA, or in some way alter the scene so that if, I mean, you would agree with me, so that, let me finish the question, so that if there is exculpatory or inculpatory evidence that would help you find the perpetrator and prosecute him, or evidence that would clear somebody, that was destroyed. Some of that was destroyed that night because you, your department, and maybe even SWED didn't preserve that evidence. Isn't that correct?
I'm not sure if I fully understand your question.
The question is this: if you are exfoliating, you're standing, your men are standing in the spot, and there was evidence there, or the tire tracks that weren't preserved, or the footprints that weren't preserved, that evidence could either incriminate somebody or exculpate somebody. Could, correct?
Could, yes.
That's why you don't do this, right?
That's why you don't contaminate the evidence, correct?
We really needed that power slide.
That would have broken the bank.
Let's see if Firefly can help. All right. Slide it.
Yellow tape around the kennel, right?
We put it around the whole area.
Did you put it so that folks couldn't drive in and out?
They were not to go past where my vehicle was parked. I believe that was the extent of the yellow tape.
Yeah, but between your vehicle and the entrance, there was none of those tire tracks were preserved.
Entrance of
The property. That if somebody had driven into the property.
You mean from the main road of Moselle Road?
From the main road.
All the vehicles were coming in on that driveway.
Right. So if somebody had come in and left, who committed the murder, whatever tire tracks that were left were obliterated by your men. Is that right?
It's possible.
Were you there when the coroner arrived?
Given my extent of the time there, I would assume so, but I don't remember.
But you don't remember seeing the coroner?
I may have. I don't remember specifically.
Apparently, according to the body cam, you didn't talk to him.
Not on my body camera, but it could have been after the body camera was turned off. I don't know.
And why'd you turn it off?
Why was the body camera turned off?
Yes.
Once my specific job of doing any primary investigation after my initial arrival is completed, and I'm not going to be doing anything further to investigate, it's no longer needed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. You were asked a series of questions about contaminating evidence. Are you aware that any evidence was contaminated in this case?
I'm not.
Did you engage in everything you could to avoid contaminating evidence?
Yes.
Did you in fact instruct your deputies set up a crime scene and instruct them to avoid areas where evidence might be contaminated?
We did everything we possibly could to avoid contaminating.
Your officers all have basic training in trying to avoid contamination of evidence?
Yes.
Are you also, though, as first responders in a fluid situation, doing the best you can to assess what's going on?
Correct.
It's not your job to do the actual crime scene investigation work, is that correct?
Not at all.
You were asked about whether or not you had any meetings with prosecutors. Is it common for law enforcement witnesses or any witnesses to meet with prosecutors prior to a trial?
Very common.
Okay. Did anybody ask you to do anything but express your accurate and honest opinions and observations about what you observed at this scene?
No.
You were asked about this particular shotgun right here, this 12-gauge shotgun. This is the shotgun that Alan Murdaugh had when you arrived at the scene. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you were asked about the shells right here. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you unload this weapon?
I did not.
Was it unloaded by somebody else after you turned it over to them?
Yes.
You were asked a little bit about the 300 blackout casings or cases that were at the scene. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And just real quick, explain to the jury what a casing or a case is, please.
So a casing would be what would be left after the projectile has been fired through a weapon.
After it had been fired, the shell that comes out of the gun and lands on the ground near the victim. Is that
That's
correct?
That's correct.
So it's the remnants of a fired round. Is that right?
That's correct.
There were multiple ones of those blackouts surrounding Maggie. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You were asked a lot about the tire tracks, and you just happened to notice those over behind the defendant's vehicle. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we had a still image put into evidence, exhibit number 5. This is it right here, which is the still image. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And the still image doesn't reflect as good as what the video does. Is that right? You can see it
The
clearly.
video shows it much better.
Much better. All right. Were these like tracks in the dirt, or were these just impressions in the grass, in the dewy grass?
They appear to be impressions on the dewy
Okay.
grass.
They weren't like tracks in the dirt that you saw, correct?
No.
All right. I'm going to go back to the video. I'm playing it at approximately 25 minutes and 11 seconds.
Me. From earlier, but only 2 were mine.
Did you go out this way at all?
No.
Billy Trap.
Bring me back.
Just go over to that corner of the building.
I'm almost to you. Let me see what we have first, and whether or not we can handle that part or not.
I see quite a few tire tracks in here. Were any of these you going in and out?
No, I came in here and I left one time and I came back.
Okay.
The rest of them, maybe.
Okay.
From earlier, but
Okay.
only 2 were mine.
Did you go out this way?
So the images that we just saw, those were the dewy impressions in the grass that you were just talking about. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the defendant said 2 of them were mine and the rest of them may have been from earlier. Is that correct?
Yes.
You were asked a little bit about the boat case. Did you have any detailed knowledge or understanding of the boat case when you arrived at the scene?
No.
You just knew very generally that there was some boat case. Is that right?
Yes, it had been in the news.
Did you even realize that this was that Paul Murdaugh when you arrived on the scene?
Not until he had brought up the boat incident.
And who brought up the boat incident?
Mr. Murdaugh did.
And within a few minutes of you arriving, he's the one that brought up the boat incident. Is
He
that
did.
correct? And he offered that right out of the gate as a possible explanation for what happened here. Is that right?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Anything further?
Your Honor. Did you find it unreasonable for him to say that his son, who'd been involved in this incident, who'd been threatened on numerous occasions, been punched? He told you he'd been punched, right?
He did.
Okay. That was a possible explanation, not implausible, for somebody killing Paul. You didn't bite back on him, did you?
No.
And it was, in his mind, apparently the only reasonable explanation that occurred, right?
I don't know what was in his
Well,
mind.
I mean, that's what he told you. That's what he believed.
That was the statement that he made, yes.
Okay. And just one other follow-up question. You were asked if there was any evidence, the dewy tire tracks. This was at 10 o'clock at night. Was there dew on the ground already?
It was pretty humid out. There's a lot of
It was
dew.
humid.
Yeah.
It wasn't in like in the morning.
This was not morning time.
So, and are you telling me no one could have looked, no expert could have looked and said, you know, that's a Suburban, that's a pickup truck, no one could do that? Or
I'm not going to pretend to know what an expert in that kind of stuff can and can't do.
But you're not an expert. Did you believe those tire tracks would last until Sled got there?
Yes, it appeared that they probably would.
Did you point them out to Sled?
Did I do it?
Did you point them out to Sled?
I did not.
Ah, the sweet sound of selling and earning on Vinted. Don't wear it, sell it.
Start your nursing journey with confidence at WGU, our pre-licensure BSN program.
You may step down. Call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Corporal McDowell.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give to
Okay, real quick. So part of the reason, most of the reason that this was overturned is this lady, this clerk right here, swearing him in. was talking to the jurors and saying, "Oh, you have to watch Alex on the stand. You got to watch when he does this," and was being very overly friendly with them. Even Brian Enton said that she went out and like had drinks with them, like they're the reporters and stuff. And then she went and wrote like a tell-all book. So this loudmouth over here is the reason that he's getting a new trial.
The court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. If you'll have a seat and adjust that microphone, make sure you speak into that microphone. State your name and spell your last name, please.
My name is Chad McDowell. The last name is spelled McDowell.
Corporal McDowell, how you doing today?
Good.
Tell the jury where you work, please.
I work for College and County Sheriff's Office. I'm assigned to the road patrol as a canine handler.
Okay, and can you just give us a quick background of who you are, where you grew up, and how you ended up in your career in law enforcement?
Sure. I grew up in Colleton County, went to Colleton County High School, went to college at Tri-County Technical College, where I studied criminal justice. Once I reached age, I came home, was hired by Colleton County Sheriff's Office, left for a couple of years to go work for Jasper County, and then came back to Colleton. I've been assigned to road patrol at Colleton.
All right. And what year did you first start working for Colleton County Sheriff's Department, or began your law enforcement career?
2016.
And what's your current, you're a corporal now, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what is your current assignment? What are your duties?
I'm still assigned to road patrol. I'm a canine handler.
All right. You say canine. Explain to the jury what that is.
So I have a canine that is assigned to me. We respond to certain calls, or if we're requested by another deputy for narcotics searches for suspects, things of that matter.
All right. And canine is a dog, correct?
That's correct.
All right. What's your dog's name?
Eva.
Eva. What kind of dog is Eva?
He's a Belgian Malinois.
Malinois?
Yep.
Is that kind of like a German Shepherd?
Kind of short-haired, pointy ears.
Okay. Short-haired, pointy ears. Is Evo typically with you when you're out on patrol?
Yes, sir.
Was Evo with you the night of June 7th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Were you a corporal then at that time?
No, sir. I was a deputy.
All right. And who was on the squad that you were on?
Sergeant Daniel Green, Corporal Elise Janicki, myself, and Deputy Pruitt, Cody Pruitt.
And so who was your immediate supervisor?
It would have been Corporal Janicki.
Okay. And then above that is?
Sergeant Green.
All right. And then above that?
Lieutenant Nettles.
All right. And then above that?
Captain Krause.
Okay. What shift were you working the night of June 7th, 2021?
Yes, sir, I was.
And that was in Colleton County?
Yes, sir.
And what shift were you working that night?
Night shift.
Did you ultimately respond to a call for service at 4147 Moselle Road?
Yes, sir.
And you actually went there?
I did.
And did you come to the incident location at the kennels at that property at 4147 Moselle Road?
I did.
Is that in Colleton County?
It is.
Were you, when you arrived, what other first responders were on scene to your recollection?
Sergeant Green was there. There was one other fire rescue personnel vehicle in there. I believe the rest were staged, best I can remember. When I say staged, I mean at the head of the driveway. There may have been a couple of other apparatuses on scene.
And which, do you recall which driveway you entered? Did you enter the driveway near the kennels? Where you came from?
Yes, sir. It was same driveway everyone else entered.
So you were parked behind
Sergeant Green. Yes, sir.
What did you do after that? After you got out of your vehicle, what did you do?
I approached the crime scene. I was trying to make my way to Sergeant Green to see what he needed me to do. I made my way through the crime scene as carefully as I could. I approached Sergeant Green, saw that he was interviewing the only person on the scene. So I went back to my vehicle.
Okay. And did you see who he was interviewing?
Mr. Murdaugh. Yes, sir.
Do you see him in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir.
Can you point him out?
Yes, sir. He's in the middle, navy blue suit.
Your Honor, can the record reflect he's identified the defendant? It does. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 6 to your testimony.
Objection.
And this is a disc, but I want you to take a look at it and see if you recognize this disc.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And what is on this disc?
It'd be body cam footage from my body cam that I wore.
All right. And how do you know that this is that body cam footage?
It has my initials on it.
All right. So you reviewed this and put your initials on it. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Whoa.
What's that?
I just built a budgeting app in Base 40.
If I could get input, please. Let me ask you this. When you got this call for service, were you currently on another call for service, or are you just out on patrol?
No, sir. I was just out on patrol.
Service, what did you do? Did you activate your lights?
Activated lights and sirens and responded to the incident location.
And once you do that, do you make all haste to get to that incident location as fast, but it also as reasonably safe as you can?
Yes, sir.
Is that standard operating procedure?
Yes, sir.
The first 10 minutes, sorry. The first 10 minutes of this body cam are essentially you driving to the scene. Is that correct, roughly?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to fast forward to closer in time when you arrive. I heard proceed to the route. What was that?
I had a GPS activated on my phone.
Just like most people use. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Take a slight left turn. In a quarter mile, arrive at 4147 Moselle Road.
So updates on sale, Moselle.
Are these the kennels that you saw when you arrived at the property?
Yes, sir.
And to the right is sort of the shed or the hangar. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Let me ask you this. You're obviously serving as a road patrol officer. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you, what is your job as a road patrol officer, as a first responder, when you come upon a scene like this? What is your particular role as you arrive at something like this?
We go on the scene, we secure the scene, meaning make sure there's no active threat for other arriving first responders. We'll preserve the scene to the best of our ability and then turn the scene over to arriving detectives.
When you arrive at a scene like this, are you constantly not only paying attention for any threat or anything like that, but also making sure that you don't disturb or any sort of evidence that may be at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Is that part of your general training and standard operating procedure?
It is.
You also have to couple that, though, with the duties of a first responder, which is to get to that scene, to secure it, make sure there's no active threats, and get it under control. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the duties of a first responder have both of those sort of balancing together. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Or are you constantly always looking around for evidence, not only to identify it, but also to assure that you don't disturb anything? Is that your general?
Objection, Your Honor, weeding.
Thank you, Your Honor. What is your general training as a road officer as it relates to coming upon a scene and looking for evidence?
Our number one duty would be safety. Number two, we're looking for evidence so as not to disturb it.
Thank you. Right there to the right, what is that to the right of the screen?
It'd be Miss Murdaugh's body.
Murdaugh. 400 Brandstetter, Murdaugh.
Who are those individuals right there?
Sergeant Green and Mr. Murdaugh.
How you doing?
What did the defendant say to you right there?
He said, "How are you doing?"
Did you know him?
No, sir.
How you doing? That's what he said?
Yes, sir.
What's their birthday?
I'm okay.
9/15/68.
Okay. And what's your son's first name? You said Paul?
Paul Terry Murdaugh.
And what's his birthday?
4. What are they covering him up?
Tell them they don't have to do that.
Hey, he's asked that if we don't have to disturb anything, not to. We've got a sled on the way. Yep.
All right, what were you asking fire and rescue to do at that point?
Just to try to preserve it the best they could. If they
You were
didn't
asking them- But what were you specifically asking them not to do?
cover the bodies, if they didn't have to.
All right, and what was their response, though?
I couldn't make it out. I believe he said we're covering them for family responding. I couldn't make it out. He's asked that if we don't have to disturb anything, not to. We've got a sled on the way. Yep.
That's it.
Do you recall now?
Again, it sounds like he says we're going to cover him up because of the family being here.
Was the family being here?
That's what it sounds like.
All right.
Right through here, we'll land this way here.
Yes, I agree.
I told everybody else to cancel, so don't really have to come down here.
Thank you. Hey, Cody, I need a piece of that tape whenever you get done.
What did you just ask Cody for?
A piece of tape, piece of crime scene tape.
All right, and who was Cody?
Deputy Pruitt. He was the one that you see there with the yellow crime scene tape.
And why did you ask Deputy Pruitt for some crime scene tape?
I had observed a shell casing on the ground. I wanted to mark it so that it didn't become disturbed.
Your general duties as an officer, you observed something and you asked for some tape to mark it. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's what you were previously describing your role is. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yeah. If y'all don't mind, just mark them. Do what? Okay. I got a casing right here, so watch your step.
That casing that you saw, did you recognize what kind of ammunition it was?
Yes, sir.
What kind of ammunition was it?
300 blackout casing.
And how could you tell it was a 300 blackout casing?
Just my own personal experience. I own a 300 blackout, and I recognized it.
You recognize the case from your own experience?
Yes, sir. All right. Okay.
Sorry to do that to everyone. Well, what was that loud noise?
It's just my windshield wipers.
And why was it making that noise?
They had removed all the moisture, I guess. I don't see anybody. Can I see a couple more? I found some more there. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why it's 3-hour blackout. Trying to figure out why there's so many shell casings, but only one gunshot went to the back of each head. Not my job to figure that out. I'm just curious. I only saw one more casing, but just in case I see more. Daniel put his car in there. So, no. This is, I'll tell you about this in a minute. There's one there. There's blood over here. You looking at shell casings? 300 blackout. Sheriff?
Those cases that you were marking right there, did you at all disturb the location where you saw them?
No, sir.
Is it your job to be doing a crime scene collection for this case, or are you just doing that to assist those who will do that will arrive at a later time?
No, sir. I don't collect anything. I'm just marking it so that they're not disturbed. Probably. Yeah, those will be easy to find. I was just marking a couple that were in the gravel. It might be harder to see at some point. Y'all familiar with this family?
I wasn't until you told me.
All right, I'll fill you in later. I don't think there's going to be anything for me and anybody to do here.
What did you just say right there?
I don't think there's going to be anything for me and Evo to do here.
All right, what did you mean by that?
There was no article search that needed to be conducted right then and there. Putting Evo on the ground could have caused more of a disturbance than just leaving him up. Because that's a...
You said for Evo to do?
Yeah, for me and Evo. Please watch your...
Hey, watch this go. Huh?
Yeah.
It's going to be retaliation from family.
He did have a firearm. I told that to stop him.
All right.
You know the drill. Best selfie wins.
Yeah.
Our family zoo pass pays for itself after just...
I'm going to now show you a portion of what's been previously admitted to evidence as Exhibit 1. And for the record, I'm starting at 4227. Who's that to the right of the screen right there?
That would be me.
All right. And what are you about to do?
Step inside and assist CID with lifting that sheet.
All right. And were you asked to do that?
Yes, sir.
And who asked you to do that?
Captain Chapman.
All right. And where's Captain Chapman in this image?
In the middle
And is he a senior officer to you?
at that time.
Okay. And I noticed before you moved, what did you do?
Turned my light on
And why did you turn on your light?
so that I could plainly see what was underneath me where I was going.
Did you disturb any evidence or anything as you started to go into the feed room?
No, sir.
Were you careful to avoid doing that?
Yes, sir.
Did you kick any shell casings or waddings or anything like that when you went into the feed room?
No, sir.
Did you step on any bloody footprints when you went into the feed room?
No, sir.
If you had seen something like that before you stepped in there, what would you have done?
I would have stopped and notified the detective.
Fire rescue might have some more sheets for you still.
Do you recall what, if anything, was laying on Paul's rear end?
His cell phone, or a cell phone.
Is that it in this image right here?
Yes, sir.
I haven't asked the dad about the phone, but dad did say he came over and checked the pulses. Beyond that, I don't know what he's doing. He did have a shotgun with him. I have secured that in my vehicle.
Did you kind of jump out of the feed room just then?
Yes, sir.
Did you turn on your light before you did so?
I believe so.
Watch it again. Did you jump out when you left the feed room?
Yes, sir.
And why'd you jump out like that?
Try not to disturb the body. It was easier to leap out than to try to step.
Did you enter the feed room at any point after that, to your recollection?
Not to my recollection.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 1 and see if you recognize this particular image.
Yes, sir.
I'll switch inputs, please. Does that appear to, is that how you found Paul when you arrived at the scene?
Yes, sir.
And were his hands underneath him in that fashion when you arrived at the scene?
Yes, sir.
You're all right. Pass State's Exhibit 7, I believe without objection. Without evidence.
Objection.
I'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 7, and see if you recognize that image.
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
It's a still image of video of my body worn camera.
Is that a still image of when the defendant said, "How you doing?" and walked up?
Yes, sir.
$14 come on, Your Honor.
Let me start by saying, as a painter, I hate from wall blush take.
Nothing further from this witness at this time, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Please, Court, Your Honor. So, when you got to the scene, who was your supervisor?
Can you repeat that question? I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry. But that's okay. I'll speak a little bit louder. When you got to the scene, who was your supervisor?
Sergeant Green.
Sergeant Green. And I believe Sergeant Green was instructing y'all to put some yellow tape up. You did some of that?
No, sir.
You didn't do any of that?
Deputy Pruitt, yes, but I didn't.
What was Sergeant Green, what was his instructions to you? What were you there to do? Number one, let me withdraw that question. Were you there to apprehend somebody?
Not at the time, no, sir. I was just there to assist where needed.
Assist doing what?
Whatever was needed of me.
Were you all attempting to determine what happened?
We there as initial responders were there to secure the scene.
Okay, secure the scene. And secure the scene for further processing by SLED?
By our investigators, I learned later on that SLED was responding as well.
Okay. So let me, by way of example, you went down to where Paul's body was. It was covered with a sheet. You see that on the video, correct?
Not when I initially responded, but yes, sir.
No, but the video we just saw.
Yes, sir.
And why were y'all, what was there a purpose of going down there and pulling the sheet back, looking around it?
I believe they were looking for another weapon.
Down to where Paul's body was. It was covered with a sheet. You see that on the video, correct?
Not when I initially responded, but yes, sir.
No, but the video we just saw.
Yes, sir.
And why were y'all, was there a purpose of going down there and pulling the sheet back, looking around it?
I believe they were looking for another weapon.
What kind of weapon?
I believe they were looking for a 300 blackout.
But, we saw in the picture, you look at Paul's body, there's no 300 blackout laying next to him, correct?
No, sir.
I'm correct.
Yes, you are correct. No, there was no 300 blackout laying beside him.
Okay, so you say you're down there looking for another weapon. Where were you looking for another weapon?
I wasn't, sir. I was assisting lifting the sheet for detectives.
And you concede you stepped into the feed room.
Yes, sir.
We help individuals and organizations.
And based on the way Paul was laying, and of course you did have a flashlight, you were looking, trying not to step on anything. Did you have anything to insulate your feet? And in some jurisdictions, they have little baggy things that put over their feet to make sure they don't contaminate the scene. Did you have those on?
No, sir.
And did you, when you stepped in, you got a flashlight, what you were looking at, the visible eye, you're determining you weren't disturbing the scene, correct?
That's correct.
You made an effort not to.
Yes, sir.
You don't know whether you did or you didn't,
To my knowledge, I did not.
but you can't say that you didn't. To your knowledge.
Can you repeat that?
To your knowledge, you didn't.
To my knowledge, I did not disturb anything.
Okay. But you would concede there's microscopic evidence sometimes at crime scenes, correct?
Yes, sir, that's possible.
And you didn't have a microscope.
No, sir.
But like SWED's crime team would look very closely, would they not? They would not. I mean, as far as I could tell, you were looking basically 3 or 4 feet away from the floor, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what you can see with the naked eye at night with a flashlight from 3 or 4 feet is what you base your opinion you didn't disturb anything.
That's correct.
Now, and you don't know why they were looking for another weapon, but you don't know what other weapon, you don't know where that weapon might have been. And again, multiple deputies had seen Paul's body before he was covered with a sheet, right?
Myself, Sergeant Green did.
Okay. For y'all, in your presence, any of the other officers with you there that night, did any of them discuss this as a possible murder, suicide?
It's possible. It's not to my recollection.
Now, when you were going out and we saw you mark a shell casing, was that in the grass or on the dirt road?
I believe the first one was in gravel.
In the gravel, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you found others, right?
Yes, sir.
And to do that, you had to walk around in the grass.
Yes, sir.
And again, you've got a flashlight, you're looking, and you don't know what was in the grass that you may have disturbed around those shell casings.
No, sir.
You don't know.
No, sir.
You may have disturbed something.
It's possible.
And I guess what I'm trying to ask is, why then were you trying to look for shell casings? Why couldn't you wait till the next morning? Why was this urgency? I mean, was somebody getting away, or I mean, I don't quite understand why.
I can't answer that. I don't know. I didn't know if somebody was getting away or not.
Did somebody instruct you to go find shell casings?
No, sir.
You just did it on your own initiative.
Yes, sir.
And you concede that you may have disturbed or destroyed evidence in that process.
Microscopic or something I didn't see.
Well, microscopic, something down in the grass. I mean, you're walking on grass, right? Not
Yes,
not
sir.
a smooth surface like in the shed, in the feed room, but it's grass at night, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I guess what I'm trying to wonder is what y'all were doing. Were you trying to solve a crime? Were you trying to just index everything was there? And when did you find out SLED was coming?
So we're trying to mark everything there. As you can tell, there were multiple units going back and forth, fire rescue as well as sheriff's office. We try to mark it so that it brings awareness to them and it doesn't become disturbed.
I'm sorry, I can't understand. I can't hear you.
There were multiple units on scene,
Right.
sheriff's office as well as fire rescue.
Right.
The reason that I saw urgency to mark those shell casings is so that it brings awareness to those of us that were walking around and they don't become disturbed.
Well, that brings up the question, should you have been walking around? What if you got 2 dead people, whoever the perpetrator was, at that point y'all hadn't identified, had you?
No, sir.
Okay, so the perpetrator may be in the woods across the street as far as you know at that point, right?
Could have been anywhere.
Right. So you're not trying to solve a crime, you're processing a scene.
I'm not processing anything.
You don't know what you're doing.
I just told you what I was doing, sir.
You're marking pieces of evidence.
Yes, sir.
And the urgency to do that was so that no one else would walk over them
Yes, sir.
while you're walking around them.
Around. Yes, sir.
Well, you don't know whether you actually stepped on one or not, do you?
I was very careful not to.
Okay. Now, let me also ask you this, the pattern of the first shell casing was how far away from the feed room?
I can't
That
say.
you found?
The first shell casing I found?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
10 feet, 20 feet, more than me, further than,
Probably about the same distance from me to you.
okay. From the feed room door?
Yes, sir.
Now, I understand, and you got a blackout, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you fire that, does it eject to the right or the left?
To the right, mine does.
Okay, so if the feed room is where I am, that shell casing ejected to the right and forward, right and back? What do you know?
Are you asking where the shell casing was in relation to the door? It would have been forward and right of the door.
Forward and right of the door. And there was the pattern of casings leading, do they all lead to her body?
I can't remember.
Did you sketch where you found them?
No, sir, I did not do a crime scene sketch.
Have you ever done a crime scene sketch?
No, sir.
Tell me your training in crime scene processing.
It's very basic, limited, what you would get at the Criminal Justice Academy.
Very basic.
Yes, sir.
So you're not a crime scene processor. Again, and I'm not asking this question repetitively, I'm just trying to puzzle it out. What, you don't know what your role was there?
I was a first responder.
Well, they were dead, Paul and Maggie, right? You couldn't render them any aid.
Your Honor, I would object. No question in that statement.
Is there a question?
Could you have rendered them aid? Were they in a physical condition where your assistance would have helped?
No, sir.
They were dead. Correct?
Are you asking? Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay, let me show you a couple of these clips and ask about them here. And I've got times. We don't have to go through the. And then we would you go to 1040? How does that read? Yes. I don't want to read yes. Okay, this is you walking, and these are the dog pens over here to the left, correct?
Yes, sir.
And on right in front of that, one of the dog pens is a hose that is neatly coiled around a hose, something holding the hose, right?
That's what it looks like.
Okay, go ahead. How about go to 11, 12?
How you doing? What's up?
Okay, now, this, Mr. Waters asked you about this just a moment ago when he said, how you doing when somebody walked up? You would concede to me that, but for that one quip, he appears to be distraught over the death of his wife and son.
He appeared visibly upset.
Yes, okay, other than this, how you doing, sort of thing, right?
Correct.
Okay, also, we see him in a t-shirt and a pair of shorts, correct?
Yes, sir.
I've looked at your report, and looked at everybody that encountered him that night. No report indicates any blood visible on him. You would agree with that?
I didn't observe any.
What?
I did not observe any.
It's a white shirt.
Yes, sir.
If you noted blood on him, you would have put that in your notes or reported that to somebody, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How about let me see 1845?
It's 300 blackout. 300 black.
Stop one second. That's you apparently determining the shell casing you found is a 300 blackout, correct?
The one that I marked, yes, sir.
The one that was in the gravel.
Yes, sir.
That's all the video I have. Just a couple final questions. Since I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Very briefly, Your Honor. Are you a first responder?
Yes, sir.
Your first job is safety, correct?
Yes, sir.
Second job is to protect the scene, is that correct?
Objection, Weeding.
Thank you. Tell me what your jobs as a first responder are again.
Yes, sir. We secure the scene, make sure there's no current threat for additional first responders. We then secure the scene, make sure that nobody comes in that's not supposed to, so that we preserve any evidence that's there.
As part of your training to avoid disturbing the scene as best you can.
Yes, sir.
Still paying attention to your primary role.
Yes, sir.
As part of your training and your experience and what you try to do is if you do see
Objection,
evidence.
Your Honor. Weeding.
I'll rephrase it. If you are on scene and you do see evidence while you were there, what is your standard operating procedure in that event?
I would mark it
And why do you do that?
just to bring awareness to it so that it's not disturbed.
It's your job to be a crime scene investigator.
No, sir.
You're just marking that. I'll rephrase. You were asked earlier about apprehending any suspects. Was Mr. Murdaugh ever in custody?
No, sir. Not to my recollection.
To your observation, was he allowed to move freely?
Yes, sir.
Was he allowed to interact with people who came to talk to him?
Yes, sir.
Was he ever placed in the back of a police car?
Not that I'm aware of.
Never put in handcuffs?
No, sir.
Was he being treated as a suspect when you were there?
Not that I'm aware of.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down. Put the lights back up. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll break for lunch. We will resume at 2:15. Please do not discuss the case. In recess till 2:15.
The other area.
Certainly.
Check this out. We're generating the doors with fire.
This will be instructed what the subject matter is for that examination prior to it.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
You may bring the jury. You'll come up here, please.
The truth will help you God. Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand.
State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
First name Tanish, last name Bryson Smith, Bryson hyphen Smith.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bryson Smith.
Yeah.
Could you tell the jury where you work?
Hampton County E911,
And how long have you worked for Hampton County E911?
17 years.
And what is E911?
Emergency Services Dispatch Center.
And what do you do there?
Currently, I am in the director position, just instated in December. I am over the management of day-to-day operations of the 911 Dispatch Center for Hampton County, including budgeting, payroll, like I said, day-to-day operations, and record keeping, recordings, etc.
Does the Hampton County 911 keep records in the normal course of business?
We do.
And what kind of recordings are these?
We have audio recordings from 911 phone calls, administrative line phone calls, as well as radio recordings from our radios from the field.
Are all 911 calls recorded?
They are.
And how are these calls stored?
They're stored on our NextLog data recording systems.
How long are they stored for?
As long as we need them.
And who has access to those records?
I do.
Does anybody else?
No, ma'am.
Just you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how do you access the records?
There is a database in my office that I have to log into to access any recordings that is requested.
All right. Sometimes do calls from another county, such as Colleton County, come into Hampton County?
They do.
And why does that happen?
Cell phones pick up on the nearest PSAP based upon the location of that cell phone at the time of call. PSAP meaning Public Safety Answering System.
Okay. And why does it pick up on that on the location and send it to Hampton as opposed to Colleton?
Due to the geographical location of a phone call or a phone when that call is made, that cell.
State your name again for the record.
Angela Stallings, Stallings.
Hi, Captain Stallings.
Good afternoon.
Could you please tell the jury where you work?
I work at the Colleton County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you worked there?
I have approximately 15 years with the Sheriff's Office.
What are some of your duties and responsibilities at the Sheriff's Office?
I am the Administrative Services Captain. I oversee the 911 Center. I'm over our Civil Process Division, Court Security, our School Resource Officers, our Sex Offender Registry Division, training, supply, and the hiring process, and records.
You have quite a lot of duties there.
Yes, ma'am.
In the course of your duties, do you keep records of 911 calls?
We do.
Can you explain to the jury what happens when a 911 call comes into Colleton County?
Yes, ma'am. So when a call comes into Colleton County, it hits our recorder system. As soon as the call connects to the recorder and starts ringing, our recorder automatically starts recording automatically. It starts recording before we even answer the phone.
And is a recording of all 911 calls that come into Colleton County Center kept?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
And how are those records kept?
They're kept on our server that is the Carolina recording software system that we use.
Who has access to those records?
Myself and one other employee. They are.
Where's that odor coming from?
All due respect, your garbage disposal stinks.
And how are those records kept?
They're kept on our server. That is the Carolina recording software system that we use.
Who has access to those records?
Myself and one other employee.
Is it normal for y'all to have calls routed from Hampton County to Colleton County?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and why does that happen?
Depending on the location of the call within the county, we border several counties. Depending on if it's a cell phone that is calling 911, depending on the closest available cell tower, it will hit that tower. Wherever that tower is located, it routes to that PSAP.
All right, on June 7th of 2021, did Colleton County receive a transferred 911 call from Hampton County?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
And what time did that call come in?
May I look at my notes?
Yes.
That call came in at 22:07:09, which is 10:07:09 p.m.
And the notes you're referencing up there, is that some kind of report that's generated when the call comes in, or what are you looking at?
Yes, ma'am. This is a report that's generated through our recorder software.
So you received a call from 10:07 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Who was that call from?
Hampton County.
Okay, and who was the caller?
The caller was Alex Murdaugh.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 11. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 11?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What is it?
It is a disc of the 911 call.
And how do you know that?
It has my initials and date that I reviewed it.
And this is a true and accurate depiction of the 911 call made by Alec Murdaugh.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Your Honor, at this time I've moved State's Exhibit 11 into evidence.
Submitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
June. June 7th, 2021, 22 hours, 7 minutes, 9 seconds. Okay, and sir, give me the address again. 4147 Murdaugh Road. I've been up to it now. It's bad. Okay. How did they shoot? Did they shoot themselves? Oh no, hell no. Okay, and are they breathing? No, ma'am. Okay, and you said it's your wife and your son? My wife and my son. Are they in a vehicle? No, ma'am, they're on the ground out of my kennel. Okay, and did you see anyone? And he shot really bad. Okay, where is he shot at? Ma'am, I don't know, but he's got blood everywhere. His brain. Now, I started a little bit. Got a hole in her head. Okay, is he breathing at all? No. Okay, do you see anyone in the area? No, ma'am. Is there any guns near them at all? No, they're here. They're calling the house on the outside. If that's what you're asking, we didn't shoot themselves, ma'am. What? Calling the house on the outside. It's like you can't see it from the road. Okay, is it a house or a mobile home? It's a house. Okay, and what is your name? My name is Alex Murdaugh. Okay, did you hear anything, or did you come home and find out? I've been gone. I just moved back. Okay, and was anyone else supposed to be at your house? No, ma'am. Please hurry. We're getting somebody out there to you. Okay, so what is her name? Maggie is home. Maggie is her name? Yes, ma'am. Okay. When's the last time you talked to Maggie? Hour and a half ago, probably 2 hours ago. Okay, you said about 2 hours ago you talked to them? Approximately, yes, ma'am, approximately. Okay, did she say what they were doing at all? No, I talked to her in person. You talked to her in person? We're getting somebody out there to you. We ask you these questions, don't slow them down, okay? And you sure they're not breathing? Is she moving at all, your son? I know you said that she was shot in the head, but what about your son? Nobody. They're not. They're going over to you. What is your telephone number? 942-1227. I'm going back to my house just to get a gun just in case. I'm about to move dark to my house. And did anything look out of place? Not particularly, really, no ma'am. Okay. Look, I know you're upset, Mr. Murdaugh, but I don't want you to get a gun and have a gun out whenever my officers get there, okay? I will not do that. He's been being threatened by my son had a boat that he's been being threatened for months and months and months. He's been hit several times and he's just finally do you know who was threatening your son? It's too many people. And you don't know the name of who was threatening him?
MCROY.
Chief McRoy, could you please tell the jurors where you work?
Work for Colleton County Fire and Rescue.
And what is your position?
I'm the fire chief.
The fire chief of Colleton County Fire and Rescue?
That is correct.
And how long have you worked at Colleton County Fire and Rescue?
29 years.
And about how many scenes do you think you have responded to over the years?
I have no idea. Many thousand.
What are some of the training that you need to do to be a paramedic or respond with fire and rescue?
Well, that has changed greatly over the years, but presently, to be a paramedic, you have to have been an EMT for, we recommend 2 years, which that's about a 500-hour course. And then you take a paramedic course, which is about 1,500 hours. In Colleton County, we require people to be cross-trained, so they have a 500-hour firefighter course as well.
And are you yourself a paramedic?
I am,
And how long have you been a paramedic?
since 1981.
What would be the normal procedures when responding to a gunshot, to treat gunshot wounds or to a shooting?
Well, when you initially respond, the law enforcement that's responsible for that jurisdiction typically clears the scene to make sure that it's safe for the other responders. When we arrive, we want to evaluate the patients to make sure that if they've got some injuries that we can treat, we treat them, and we transport them to the closest trauma center.
So if someone has been shot, what would you normally do to initially treat that person?
We would control their bleeding, protect their airway, get them transported as quickly as possible. It may involve starting IVs. In Colleton County, we carry blood, so we could administer blood to the patient if they required it.
Did you respond to Moselle Road on June 7th of 2021?
I did.
And tell us about what you did when you got there.
I was on my way home from work and I heard the sheriff's department on their radio dispatch units to the address in question, and they advised that there was 2 people shot. Shortly thereafter, they dispatched fire rescue units, and we have a standard protocol of what they send. There were multiple patients, so they dispatched 2 ambulances and put a helicopter on standby, and then a supervisor is also dispatched. We also send the closest fire station, which in that case was the one from Highlandton. I responded from Walterboro, and I did arrive ahead of everybody else. Dispatcher told us not to go onto the scene, so I staged about the 3900 block. And a few minutes later, a deputy passed me, and I went in behind the deputy, which was Mr. Green that y'all listened to earlier.
And what did you see when you were driving onto the scene?
It was really dark. The had a long dirt driveway, and when we arrived, there was some kennels off to the left, and like a big barn with a 3-lane lean-to on the right-hand side.
Chief McCoy, I'm going to show you what's been marked as state's exhibits 51, 49, 24, and 21. I just ask you to take a look at these pictures and tell me, are you familiar with those pictures?
Yes, ma'am. This does appear to be the accident scene.
And these are true and accurate depictions of the crime scene that night.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time I would move states 51, 49, 24, and 21 into evidence, with states exhibits 24 and 51 being sealed with the agreed upon placeholders.
You're admitted without objection.
So Chief McCoy, could you tell us how you observed the victims when you got to the scene?
Deputy Green went through the scene first. He actually drove a little ways in between the kennels and the lean-to. It was very dark, so he needed his headlights to see what was going on there. There was animals in the kennels. I don't know how many, but there was also some chickens fluttering around on the equipment on the right-hand side. The body of a younger male subject was face down by the kennels. He had some very severe injuries to the head. And there was a female subject at the end of the lean-to. She was also face down with severe injuries to her head. And there was a gentleman standing off a little distance away from it. And he was on a cell phone and seemed very upset.
Did you recognize that gentleman?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that?
Alex Murdaugh.
And how did you recognize him?
I have met him in the past on a professional basis because we have had to do depositions and such with his law firm.
Case Exhibit 21. Can you describe what the jury is looking at in this picture?
On the left-hand side of the photograph is the covered body of Paul Murdaugh. And the down towards the end of the lean-to is, you can see the covered body of Miss Maggie Murdaugh.
And those bodies appear to be covered with pink sheets.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, were those sheets there when you got there?
No, ma'am, we got those off the ambulance and covered up the bodies.
And why did you do that?
We typically do it to, to shield the bodies from the view of the public. There were a lot of people showing up there. The family was on the scene, and people just really don't need to see that.
Case Exhibit 24. Please describe what the jury's viewing.
That is the body of Paul, and he is laying face down at the entrance to, there's like a little utility room at the kennels. He is laying down with, you can see there's substantial damage to his head with a lot of blood around his head and what appeared to be his brain down there around his ankles.
And this is how you found Paul.
That is correct.
And you said that appears to be his brain down there by his foot.
Yes, ma'am.
And at this point, did you check his pulse?
I did not check his pulse. He and his mother both had injuries that we consider incompatible with life. There was a lot of coagulation there where the blood had congealed, and they were not currently bleeding, which would indicate they did not have a heartbeat. And obviously, with his type of injuries, he, it's not any way you could sustain his life.
And it's Case Exhibit 51.
That is Miss Maggie, and she also had severe injuries to her head. You can also see the congealed blood around the bottom where her face is, and she had a hole in her head to where you could actually see inside of her head cavity.
Was it necessary to check Mrs. Murdaugh's pulse or perform any life-saving treatment?
No, ma'am. And she also had injuries that were not sustainable.
It's Case Exhibit 49. That's just where.
That's the lean-to, and that's Miss Maggie's body in front of the little side-by-side.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Cross-examination.
moment. So you're the chief of the Coffin County Fire Rescue, correct?
That is correct.
And you, in the past, have had dealings with Alec Murdaugh in a professional capacity with his law firm, correct?
That is correct.
So you recognized him and you've seen him before, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was his demeanor grieving, distraught, upset?
He seemed to be very upset. Yes, sir.
Very upset. Now, I've got just a very few questions for you. But when you responded, and I'm going to try to get the picture, I think. There we go. This is that good. So you recognize this from the night of June 7th?
That is correct.
And those headlights facing us, are those the headlights from the Suburban?
That would be a vehicle that was south of the location. So the police car would have been north.
Right, but is that Mr. Murdaugh's vehicle, or do you know?
I have no idea.
Okay. So when you got there, you indicated to somebody that they needed to preserve some tire tracks, correct?
That is correct. Over to the right-hand side, there's 3 rows of, I guess, where they could park equipment underneath the lean-to. And the farthest one over, there was no equipment in it, but there were some tire tracks coming out of it.
And I mean, how did you come to see those? Did you drive? You drove in off of Moselle Road, correct?
I drove in off of Moselle Road. The deputy parked in this little driveway here between the kennel and the lean-to.
Right.
I parked at the end of the lean-to. Where I was at, I activated my scene lights, which are all the way across the front of the light bar.
The scene lights,
They're
high intensity lights.
high intensity, bright white lights.
Okay.
So it was very dark, and I could see the tire tracks over to the right.
So as we look at this view,
They're not visible in this picture.
I understand that, but
Okay.
would the area you were be
To the right,
this side or the other?
other side.
Okay, over to this side.
That is correct.
And on the other side of the shed right here?
More to the bottom,
More to the bottom.
to the
Okay.
right.
So let me, maybe we have a video of this. It'll be a little easier for you to look at. No signal. Set my television at home. Okay, so as you look at, stop it 1 second. No, I'll go back the other way. Okay, back it up a little bit. From this perspective, can you see that perspective right there?
Yes, sir.
Hold on,
If you back up just a little bit,
back it up.
if you stop it
Stop.
there,
Go back.
you can see the workshop on the left.
How about do this? How about step down here, please? So we all are singing from the same sheet of music. If you'd stand over that way so these jurors can see.
There's a workshop right here,
Uh-huh.
and there's a row here, a
Uh-huh.
row here, and a row here. This row is where the tire tracks were.
And the crime scene is where?
Right here's where this Maggie's body is, and that's Paul's body.
Okay. And how far is it from where you saw those tire tracks to where their bodies were approximately?
20, 30 feet.
20 or 30 feet. And you saw, now this was gravel, grass, dirt,
It's kind of sandy.
sandy, but distinct tire tracks.
Yes, sir. Like
And-
one pair of tire tracks.
One pair. Okay. And you couldn't tell which direction they were going in, or you're
Could have been coming in, could have been going out.
you're not a tire expert, are you?
No, sir.
Track, okay. Go ahead and have a seat.
Thank you.
So whose attention did you bring that to?
Brought it to attention of one of the deputies. I don't recall which one.
Was it Green, Deputy Green?
I don't recall.
But one of the Colleton County deputies.
Yes, sir.
And you indicated to him that it needed to be preserved, needed to be roped off, needed what?
I showed them to him and told them, I said, hey, there's some tire tracks over there. We tried to block off the driveway. I had one of our units stay out on Moselle Road, but a lot of vehicles kept driving around them. There was civilian vehicles kept coming in, and then it began raining. So at that point,
So after you told, he didn't put any yellow tape up to block it?
no, sir. They had yellow tape in front of our vehicles where we were parked, but they didn't put any yellow tape down there.
And vehicles drove around your vehicle and just drove up and down that road?
Yes, sir.
Destroying the tire track?
Well, the ones that were on the road part, not the ones under the shed.
Okay. But to your knowledge, while you were there, did anybody take any pictures of those tire tracks?
I have no idea, no, sir.
Okay. Did you see any other pieces of forensic evidence, if you will, while you were there, other than tire tracks?
There were shell casings around Miss Maggie's body.
Okay. Now, did you go over and examine Paul's body?
Yes, sir.
Did you go in the feed room?
No, sir.
Okay. Were you very careful around the body?
Yes, sir. And the sheriff's department started putting up the yellow tape, and as they did that we backed up and got behind it.
Thank you for indulgence. One final. Joe, I just need to go to another. Watch this video and then I need to ask you a couple questions. Is this the area you were talking about where there were tire tracks?
They're over to the left. They're over to the left.
Okay, but all these vehicles that are parked up there?
That's the driveway coming in.
Okay. And then you're saying after that is where these tire tracks were?
Yes, sir, over to the left of this police car. You can see my vehicle was the red and white Tahoe.
Right.
Maybe 15 feet to the left of that was where the tire tracks were.
And you pointed those out to the Colleton County Sheriff's deputy, said they needed to be preserved.
I just showed them to them. I didn't tell them what to do with them.
Thank you. No further questions.
Redirect. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Call your next witness.
State calls Jason Chapman.
Thank you.
It's on or they turning it? Lights back on or halfway or?
Do you affirm the testimony about the other court shall be the truth, so help you God?
I do, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank
Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. My name is Jason Walker Chapman, last name Chapman.
Mr. Chapman, Jason, you stated your name correctly. Thank you. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Where'd you grow up, and what education did you obtain?
Sure. I'm a native, born in Walterboro. I've lived here most of my life. Graduated from what was Walterboro High School at the time. I attended the College of Charleston and the University of South Carolina, Salkehatchie. Before starting my career in law enforcement, I actually joined the cadet program well before age of 21, then became a reserve deputy, dispatcher, and then a class 1 officer. And I've now been doing law enforcement. I'm in my 26th year.
26-year career. Would you walk us through how you when you first got into law enforcement and kind of the roles you've taken on and the training you've done in that?
Certainly. In 97, I attended a reserve officer class. It was a joint class between the College County Sheriff's Office and the Walterboro Police Department. I had to actually wait until I turned 21 to take the final exam, went down to the academy, took the exam, passed, began working as a reserve. I then got hired as a dispatcher at the Walterboro Police Department, where I worked a short stint as a dispatcher to fill in a hole. And in the spring of 98, I attended the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy. I graduated later that year. I actually graduated as a distinguished graduate from the academy. Since then, I've been doing law enforcement. I did my first 16 years with the city of Walterboro, and I transferred over to the sheriff's office January 1 of 2013, where I have remained since then. My training I've worked through pretty much every division there is in law enforcement, probably with the exception of civil process. I have an extensive background in firearms. I'm a firearms instructor, less than lethal instructor, active shooter instructor. I've had training as a narcotics supervisor. I've been through schools for administration, pretty much everything.
What's your current rank with the Sheriff's Department?
Currently as captain.
And how would you describe your responsibilities presently?
So currently I oversee special operations. That includes our investigative division, our tactical team, search and rescue.
Have you ever had an opportunity to testify as an expert in a trial?
I have.
Tell us about that.
This past year in 2022, I testified in federal court in Charleston, South Carolina, on a case involving the city of Beaufort, and I was sworn in as a expert witness in general police procedures.
I'm going to direct your attention back to the date of June 7, 2021. Are you familiar with that day?
Yes, sir.
What was your role with the sheriff's office back on that date?
The same as it is currently.
Supervising investigations?
That's correct.
Now would that include homicides?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you have an opportunity, were you dispatched or were you noticed of an incident that occurred on that day?
I was.
What,
I actually heard the call and went in service before I was dispatched, but yes, sir.
all right, what did you hear over the radio?
Call coming out that a transfer from Hampton County had been received, in which the caller was reporting that his wife and child had been shot.
Did you know a location at that point?
I was given the location by dispatch, but I was not familiar at the time of the dispatch as to the parties involved.
And at that point, did you decide that you were going to go to the scene?
I did, sir.
What was the dispatch location?
I believe it was, I think think it's 4142 Moselle Road in Arlington.
Were you made aware of who this involved at that
I was
point?
not at the time.
Is 4147 Moselle Road within the limits of Colleton County?
It is, sir.
And walk us through what you did that night upon, learning of this incident and then making your way out there. Walk us through that process.
Yes, sir. I had a brief conversation with Sheriff Hill by telephone while en route. He had been advised of the caller's identity as Mr. Alex Murdaugh. With my career, familiar with the Murdaugh family and Mr. Murdaugh. And Sheriff Hill advised me that if it was in fact confirmed to be Mr. Murdaugh, that he would likely notify SLED simply because of the conflict of interest with the family. And shortly before we arrived, I believe he was able to confirm that. And that call was made to request for assistance from SLED and to request that they actually assume primary in the investigation.
Does your department, the sheriff's office, do you all work fairly closely with SLED? Is that a common thing?
We do, sir.
All right, describe that process. I mean, not including this particular investigation, but in general, how have you all worked with SLED as a law enforcement agency?
As far as crime scenes, like response to crime scenes, my division works with the entire agency, but we work very well with SLED. The remote location, although we have a satellite office for SLED here in Colleton County, actually, for the Low Country, their crime scene unit still comes out of Columbia. So middle of the night when they're notified that we may need assistance, or in this case that we wanted to take them to take primary in the investigation, even with the fact that they're emergency services, it's still going to be about an average of a 2-hour response for that crime scene unit once they're notified. So it's very common for us to begin the investigative process at that scene while we're waiting for their arrival, with them working jointly with us. And that investigative process usually begins with the acquisition of a search warrant, which we know will be required once the crime scene team arrives on scene. And that just comes from a long supported tradition of us working well together and obviously being capable to do so.
As a captain and as a supervisor of the investigations, do you typically wear a body-worn camera?
I do have one. At that particular night, I did not have it. It's on my my exterior ballistic vest, and the scene was secure prior to my arrival, so I did not have my vest on.
On arrival at the scene, were you made aware, did you become aware of who in your department had already arrived?
I was listening to the radio so that I knew that several patrol units had arrived prior to myself. And I believe myself, the sheriff, and one other detective arrived probably about 10, 12, 13 minutes after the initial officers.
Do you remember the rough approximate time that you arrived on scene?
I want to say it was around 10:35, 10:37 p.m. that evening.
Walk us through what you observed upon arrival.
Sure. So while en route, I reminded the shift supervisor, Sergeant Daniel Green, that to try to maintain the integrity of the scene as best as possible. I wasn't there, so I didn't know the magnitude of the scene. I don't know what he has, but just reminding him, limit personnel inside the scene, do what we can to preserve. Sheriff Hill came across the radio. I was trying to pull the weather up in this particular area I was driving through. I did not have much phone signal, so he did, and realized that we had an approaching storm that was about 45 minutes out. So he advised over the radio, once he got his phone to pick it up, that we needed to secure a tent. I had not been there yet. He was requesting the tent to place over the deceased bodies of the two victims. I relayed that information to one of my lieutenants that was en route. I also turned one of my detectives around that has the longest drive in, which is Detective Rutland, and I informed her to head to the office to start working on a search warrant.
Is that your common practice?
Yes, sir.
You spoke before about you all conducted joint investigations with SLED. Is it common for, describe for us what your roles might be in a joint investigation and what SLED's role might be and how that, played out in this case.
Certainly. So the very first thing obviously is a notification for request for assistance, and then the explanation of what exactly we're requesting. A lot of times our assistance is what's requested is nothing more than assistance with the crime scene. Sometimes it may be that we're asking for them to take the entire case. In this case, the notification was made by the sheriff. All I was told was that SLED was responding, that they were sending a team of investigators as well as crime scene. Knowing that crime scene was en route, we went ahead and secured that search warrant. That's why Detective Rutland was turned around and sent directly to the office to go ahead and initiate that process. Obviously, at 10:30 at night, we knew that we were going to have to get the warrant typed, and then we were going to have to locate a judge in the middle of the evening. We wanted to have all of that done prior to the arrival of the crime scene unit.
And you touched on earlier a little bit about the weather, but describe the weather as it was when you arrived that evening.
As I arrived, hot, sticky, I recorded in my notes. It's the only reason I can go back and tell you exactly, but what I have recorded in my notes is 79 degrees, 89% humidity, hot, sticky. It was not raining yet. An occasional raindrop on the windshield, but no actual rain yet. It was a little foggy on my ride in, but not foggy at the scene. And obviously evening hours.
And I think you mentioned before, but rain did set in at however, how long was it until the rain set
It
in?
wasn't very long. I think the radar was pretty accurate. I want to say within 45 minutes to an hour of that notification, the rain did come.
And you mentioned setting up tents or requesting that tents be set up. What would be the purpose of those tents?
So in response to the crime scene, obviously preservation of any type of evidence is important, but the preservation is not always limited to leaving it there and taking a picture of it and wait for somebody else to get there. In this case, Mother Nature wasn't complying. We knew that the rain was inbound. So the tent was placed over victim Maggie's body in an attempt to preserve any evidence that may be there. I only had one at the time. Paul's body was positioned somewhat over an extending ledge that I was hopeful would keep some of the rain if it did start off of him. The other evidence would have been anything from, and at the time I didn't know what we were going to be facing, but from, tire tread, footprints, shell casings, anything at all. So the intent would be to preserve that as best as possible. And if it was going to be affected by the approaching weather, do the best thing we could to mark it out, measure it out, and have that done or partially done by the time crime scene arrived.
As far as safety purposes, when you arrived on the scene, would you have considered the scene to be secured at that point?
I arrived pretty quick. I know that as far as the immediate, right there, the area that I'm sure that you ladies and gentlemen have seen with the tape and the videos that were played earlier, the immediate scene, yes, the outside, the property's approximately like 1,700 acres, and it's not just that property. It sits in the middle of nowhere. At the time, we did not know what we had. I don't know if we had a active shooter, didn't know if we had a murder-suicide, didn't know if we had people in the woods. We don't have any idea. So inner perimeter secure, I would say yes, sir. Outside, in the woods, across the street, I wasn't sure yet. I didn't know.
Is it fair to say that there was a lot of unknowns at that point when you first arrived?
A lot of unknowns when I first arrived. Very little known other than at the time what they had gotten as initial information from Mr. Murdaugh and the fact that we had 2 deceased.
Tell the jury, if you will, well, first of all, let me ask you this. As part of your law enforcement training throughout the years, have you had any experience with or training in, life-saving techniques, if needed, if someone needed CPR or something like that? Are you trained in it?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And arrival on the scene, did you physically observe the 2 bodies that were present, both of Maggie and Paul?
I did, sir.
And in your estimation, was it clear to you that they were deceased?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Did you consider that life-saving techniques would be would be possible or would have any result?
I did not. Paramedics were there shortly before me. Got great fire rescue. I was assured that if there had been anything that could have been done, it would have been initiated prior to my arrival. But from what I saw, it was well beyond that.
When upon your arrival at the scene, were there anyone else present that were not either sheriff's office employees or employees of EMS and fire? Was there anyone else present on the scene?
The two victims, Mr. Murdaugh and emergency services.
You mentioned Mr. Murdaugh. Is that Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
Is he present here today?
Yes, sir. He's seated at the defense table, blue blazer, white shirt, and glasses.
Did you have an opportunity to observe Mr. Murdaugh that night?
I did, sir.
As part of your responsibilities there, what capacity were you there at the scene? In what capacity?
Again, investigative. I realized that, we had notified SLED to take over, but again, what we were attempting to do and what we did do was identification of any potential evidence. We marked that potential evidence. If time had allowed, it would have been photographed. And then from that point, simply protected. Absolutely zero collection of anything was done by any of my staff, with the exception of one GSR kit that was instructed by SLED.
I know, have you familiarized yourself with the body worn video of both Deputies Green and McDowell?
I did, sir.
And what was your first order of business upon arrival, particularly relating to Paul?
By the time I got there, they had placed a sheet over both of the victims. It's something that, I'm not always, I don't like. I understand that a lot of times it's placed there, so the family doesn't have to see that, but prefer that it does not happen. But in this case, it is already there. And because the scene is still somewhat fluid, we talked about the inner perimeter being secure, but as reported by Mr. Murdaugh, we don't know who the defendants are. We don't know where the shooters are. We see shell casings scattered around the ground that are obviously rifle casings. There's some evidence to support that at least one or more shots into Paul were from a shotgun. That means two weapons. So were there two people? Are there other people that may be injured? So inner perimeter may be considered secure, outer perimeter not so much. So we began really quick with an inspection of the two individuals to make sure that we had not missed a weapon, or that the initial responding officers had not missed one. And we could see that Maggie.
I wasn't until he told me.
Apologize. We could see that Maggie, there was nothing laying beside her. We looked closely. Again, we didn't move her. So we went over to Paul, and I had a couple of the deputies there and a detective lift the sheet just so that we could look and make sure there wasn't a weapon underneath him. His hands were tucked, so you couldn't see underneath his body. But as best we could tell from the present state of the body, unless there was a weapon directly underneath him, there was nothing out to left or right.
Captain Chapman, I'm going to direct your focus to the monitor in front of you. I'm going to play what's been marked as State's Exhibit. What's that? Oh, yeah, we need the State's Exhibit number 1.
Yes, sir.
Marked it to the 28-minute mark on that. Just looking at the still image right now, are you familiar with the scene there? And can you describe what's going on?
Yes, sir. So that's myself, Detective Tyndall, Chief McRoy from the Colleton County Fire Rescue. Lieutenant Lonnie Nettles in the background near the perimeter, inner perimeter tape, and victim Paul Murdaugh's body to our left there in the open doorway to the feed room.
What are you preparing to do here?
At this point in time, double checking to see if there is a weapon. Yeah, I told you before, we weren't sure whether we're talking about a full murder, a murder-suicide, active shooter scenario. Are there other suspects that may be in the woods? We knew we had the casings that matched to a rifle with some evidence to support it possibly a shotgun. So when asking if any other weapons had been found, everyone stated no. So I had them lift the sheet to make sure there wasn't the barrel of a gun or anything sticking out underneath the body.
A little bit about the scene here and your observations of what you're looking at. The kennels directly to the left. If I could direct your attention to those.
Yes, sir.
Did you notice animals in those kennels?
I believe in the 1, 2, 3, there's a couple kennels closest to the feed room that did have dogs in them. And possibly one towards the end. They weren't all full, but the ones closest to the feed room, I think there was a dog in at least 1 or 2 of them.
Was the area wet?
The area directly in front of the feed room was like wet. There was also water that tailed out of at least the first 2 kennels. The rest of the sidewalk was not wet. That water, I never saw a hose, so I'm not sure if it was leaking from something, but it was actually standing water.
And was that water present consistent with the weather at the time?
No, sir, it hadn't rained yet. Not enough to leave anything. It was a drizzle here and there.
You observed the body of Paul. Was it physically wet as well?
He was saturated with obviously blood tissue, and his clothes did appear to be wet, but almost as if like absorbed from the ground up. Not saying that someone had sprayed him with a hose or anything.
Please observe the video if you would, and I'll have a few questions afterwards.
Hey, you want us to close that in? Sir? Was that? You want us to close it in? Yeah.
The other department, whoever Eric is, here's the caller. Then we have here this one to talk to.
Don't even know who Eric is. I know Alex over there.
Alex.
Is the guy who wants to talk to him?
Yeah, but I don't know if you want me to tell him.
The green trailblazer. Correction. It's unknown what type of vehicle. She has a gray trailblazer in her yard that belongs to her. She thinks she can only get a tail light from the vehicle. She is also present and used them to knock off the safety.
I mean, did you direct Deputy McDowell into the feed room area to help with lifting of the sheet?
I did, sir.
And why would you do that?
I want the sheet lifted directly up, not drug across the body. Again, I told you I'm not really a proponent of sheets, but since it was there, I would prefer that it be lifted straight up. I had already walked through to see what, if anything, right there. You can see I'm cautiously stepping there, but I'd already checked to see if we were going to be able to step to the inside of it. The spot right inside the door frame. I had looked and I felt like he would be able to step straight in, pick the sheet up, put the sheet back down, step back out.
And is preservation of a scene important?
It is
In
important.
your line of work?
Absolutely.
Is equally important securing the scene and making sure that you understand if there's any loose firearms around or that there's any other
It is, again.
uncontrolled circumstances going on?
It is, again, the sole purpose of this right here is to help determine whether or not I have any suspects still on the move or if there's a weapon underneath him.
Thank you.
Well, the dad's over there. The people just won't do it. Fire rescue might have some more sheets we can steal.
That's why it shouldn't be in my part.
Is this you looking for the gun?
It is, sir.
What do you notice about the body physically laid there, Paul's body?
Feet towards the feed room, head towards the driveway, hands tucked underneath the body, fairly saturated in blood. Majority of the head is gone. There's a lot of tissue, what appears to be at least some of the brain or most of the brain lying on the opposite side from me to the victim. Wet, again, I'm assuming probably from soaking up rain or water, whatever that is, off the sidewalk. And a smartphone sitting propped up on the back of him.
Was Paul's person saturated in physical matter and blood?
Yes.
And his hands, were they accessible to anyone without, could you have touched Paul's hands or wrists without physically moving him?
I can't actually see his hands at this point in time.
Fell down on top of him? Is that
They're
fair to say?
underneath his body, yes, sir.
What did you observe that was laying on top of Paul's body right there?
Again, it was a smartphone.
Did you have a chance to examine that smartphone and get fairly close to it?
I got close to it. I didn't pick it up. I was present when it was actually collected later, but it was not collected at this point.
And later on, it was, describe the collection process that occurred after this.
It was collected by myself and Agent David Owens. I believe he's going to be your case agent. As far as collection of that,
Your blackout?
I am, sir.
Is that in your 26 years of experience, is that a caliber you come across with any frequency?
In the last couple of years, probably more than ever, but in all the crime scenes that I've worked, I believe this was to him, yes, sir.
Did you have a chance? 911 call. Do you then take that information and apply it to the scene?
Yes, sir.
And are you applying that information to try to see if it checks out, to see if things are consistent with what you heard on the 911 call?
Yes, sir.
And on the 911 call, did Mr. Murdaugh indicate that he had tried to examine the bodies or check their pulses?
Yes, I believe dispatch stated, do not touch if you haven't. And Mr. Murdaugh replied that he had touched them, checking them.
To check and see if they're breathing?
And which would be expected, absolutely.
Upon examination, Mr. Murdaugh, did you have a chance to look at his hands?
Again, I did talk to him, yes, sir.
Did you have a chance to look at his shirt?
I did.
And did you see any indication that there was any blood on any part of his body?
No, sir. Not, again, just physically with my observations, no microscope there. I did not see any blood anywhere.
And in your experience with viewing Paul's body, had you physically touched Paul, would there have been blood left on your hand?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Response.
Physically saw the body, and he cannot testify to the locations that would be touched and whether it would transfer.
Does he know what location he touched?
I'll ask a few more questions. Yes, sir. Mr. Chapman, Captain Chapman, going back to your experience in life-saving procedures, are there common areas that someone might touch to check the pulse if they were indicating they're check breathing?
Objection, Your Honor. The question is, where did Mr. Murdaugh touch the body for a pulse? Was it the neck?
Objection is overruled. The prosecutor is asking the question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is there common areas that someone might check a body to check for, if they've indicated they're checking for breathing, are there common areas that someone might check?
I believe the most common, the neck and the wrist, that you see that, you know, people with limited training would probably use. I'm sure there are others with medical training.
So the neck and the wrist. And please tell me where Paul's wrists were located when you discovered his body.
They're up underneath his body.
And was Paul's neck accessible? If his wrists were underneath his body, was his neck accessible?
I think you can get the portions of his neck. I don't know that you'd be able to get under, I mean, he's face down, and I didn't try to get a pulse, but where I know that you would check would be difficult without manipulating the body in some fashion, I guess.
And if you had to manipulate the body, and if you were going to try to check his pulse via wrist or neck, with what you saw that night, would your hands be bloody?
If I had attempted, they would have been, yes.
I'm going to ask you another investigative point that you observed. Did Mr. Murdaugh in the 911 call indicate he was going to retrieve a firearm?
Yes, sir. And that actually came out while I was en route as a caution from the dispatcher, but it was also present on the call when I monitored the call.
Having listened to the phone call, having listened to the 911 tape, what was your reaction, or what was the cue that you were fixated on as it relates to the retrieval of the firearm? What is going through your head at that point?
Well, that he's scared. I mean, that he believes there may be somebody there that possibly whoever he believes hurt them may come back and hurt him.
And sure, that's your estimation, right? That's what you're thinking.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, I mean, and that's what I believe pretty much anybody would think if he was there present with them and got spooked. And because I believe the verbiage on the 911 is, he states, I'm going to get a gun that I don't feel safe. And dispatch tries to tell him, we would rather you not. And you know, he states again that I'm not going to show it to the officers. I'm not going to hurt anybody. I'll put it away, but I feel unsafe. So I understand that.
All right, listen to the 911 call critically. What then did you observe towards the end after retrieving a firearm that you would cue onto in your investigative process?
After knowing that he had went and got the gun, knowing that he stated he was unsafe and that he went and got the firearm, when he came back, as soon as he got back to the scene, the only thing I believe that was odd from that point was that he wanted to separate the call or cancel the call to call family prior to anyone's arrival. It was the only thing that just struck me as odd. Again, it's just a point of investigation. Up to that point in the phone call, he had asked repeatedly, where are they? Are y'all coming? Are y'all coming? Are y'all coming? I'm not safe. I'm going to go get a gun. And then when he got back to the scene, are y'all here yet? How far out are they? And then it was, I need to call my family, and the phone disconnected.
And when we refer to the scene is obviously, does that uncover part of what was, fenced off with crime scene tape? Does that, when we're referring to a scene?
That would have been the primary scene, yes, sir.
But in your mind, what does the scene also entail? What other things?
Well, I mean, the only thing that the phone could potentially extend that scene, the phone call, could potentially extend that scene as far as entering a crime scene and not being able to introduce evidence, or exiting a crime scene without being able to take away evidence. And by his own admission, he left the scene, went to his house and got a gun. Potentially that could make the house an extension of the crime scene.
Because that's what he indicated on the phone call.
And that's what he indicated.
Is Mr. Murdaugh considered part of that scene, the scene?
Of course. He's inside that area when we arrive, and I mean, he would be factored into everything.
And would that justify or explain why you might pay particular attention to him?
Sure. I mean, we would anybody that was there.
Now and I'm asking you this again, I know you've answered, but you've had a chance to review the body worn camera from both Deputy Green and McDowell, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did after those videos cease recording because the crime scene had been secured, did you have an opportunity then to continue your investigation and continue your line of work?
We did.
And these activities would not have been captured on the video because it'd been shot. Is that
That's
correct?
correct.
Did you have an opportunity to physically observe, meaning watch Mr. Murdaugh while your deputies and your officers were performing their tasks?
I did.
What were a couple of the things that you noticed that stuck out to you when physically observing Mr. Murdaugh and how he was either behaving or what he was doing?
Again, I mean, he was emotional. The stress on his face. I didn't see him cry. Not everyone cries. I don't have an issue with that. There were times that when we got to certain places or asked certain questions that you could see a slight demeanor change or body language shift. And, I took note of that, but again, just as a point of investigation. But he remained at the scene. He wasn't forced to say. He was cooperative, but he did, there were times that you could see reaction to different things.
Okay. Did you notice a reaction? Did you ever notice him tracking your movements or your officers' movements?
I know when I was there when I ordered Detective Murdaugh to take a GSR kit and explain how the kit worked and why we were taking it. And he was very cooperative with giving the kit, and we really didn't have an issue there. Later, was looking at some. I wouldn't call them tire tracks. I'd call them tire impressions because there's no dirt there. It's just grass. But we noticed there was quite a bit of tire impressions that ran around the back side of the hangar.
And we'll get to the tire tracks in a second. You mentioned a term just a second ago called GSR.
Yes, sir.
If you wouldn't mind, could you explain to us just
Sure.
what
I
that is?
apologize for that. So a gunshot residue kit is just a kit. We use specific kits provided by SLED because the kits are then sent off for testing, but it's meant to test for the presence of gunshot residue. They're very non-invasive. They have little ampules. You open up a sterile kit, put a set of gloves on, open the kit up, and you'll dab one of the sterile collectors around on the front and back of the hand of an individual, package those up, tape it off, seal it, date it, time it, case number, and then that's eventually sent off to SLED. We were asked, I spoke earlier and said the only thing that my detectives physically collected prior to SLED's crime scene's arrival was that GSR kit. It was done by us because there is a time limit on those. And you can't always wait. I know everybody sometimes thinks well, why don't we just wait and do all this tomorrow? But GSR has a 6-hour limit on it. So we had to collect that night, and we did so. And that's what I was referring to when I say GSR, the gunshot residue test kit.
And Captain Chapman, related to the GSR retrieval, I know you mentioned that time limit, the expiring time limit. Is it your understanding that time, does that time limit refer to humans or just things in general, objects in general?
That refers to when we collect a GSR sample from an individual. That is our restriction from the SLED lab, is that it has to be collected within 6 hours of the estimated time of firing the weapon. And again, that kit's, it's just as much for any type of exculpatory as it is conviction. We use it a lot of times to exonerate someone as much as we would to convict.
Going back to Mr. Murdaugh's observations that you had, did he appear to fixate on one body or the other that were there?
Especially watching the camera footage, I didn't notice quite as much in person, but later scrutinizing the body cam footage, he does appear to fixate more on his son than his wife, but that's in that limited amount of body cam footage that I have.
All right, you mentioned before the tire tracks that you observed.
Yes, or tire impressions.
Tire impressions.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Let's set the scene. Set the scene for us if you would. please, describing the grass, and we've heard a lot about, there's rain, but moisture. Describe the scene, if you would, on that grass.
So if you come into the property and you go down the dirt road with Paul on your left, as you see in the picture before y'all, that gravel or dirt road between the kennels and what's referred to as the airport or the airplane hangar eventually ends in grass, a large grass area that separates that hangar from another shed. And in that area is where Mr. Murdaugh's Suburban was parked with the flashers and the headlights were pointed towards Paul's body. But that entire area there is grass as opposed to the dirt or gravel lane between the two structures. And there's some very obvious at that time impressions in the grass, but they're not tracks like you think of that we could cast a track out of dirt, but you can't cast an impression that's laid over wet grass from the dew. I mean, you're not going to be able to do anything with that other than to document it. And I did notice them, and I actually asked Mr. Murdaugh if he could tell me, because I was unaware of the body cam footage at the time. Could you tell me what direction you came from? And he told me that he pointed and said he had come from the residence and pulled up here, turned around and went back the same route, confirming that the tracks around his vehicle, the Suburban, were his. And he said there should be two sets from where I arrived the first time, left and got the gun and came back. And I asked about the other sets that you could see. And there was one in particular that appeared to come close to Maggie's body, possibly. You had to have the light just right. And it just happened to be that I noticed it looking at the ground in front of Mr. Murdaugh's vehicle because the lights were shining on Paul that you could see that.
So the tire tracks, did you and Detective Rutland spend some time attempting to identify where those tracks could have come from?
We did try to follow them. One thing that started to bother me was that we didn't have a vehicle. We're trying to figure out how Maggie and Paul got to the kennels. It's a pretty substantial distance from the residence to the kennels, the property, and I don't know an exact, but I'm guessing, probably 1,000 yards from the kennels to the house. And it's 10 o'clock at night. So I don't know what time they got there, but it's a pretty long walk, especially if you're planning on walking back in the dark. And did they drive a vehicle? Did they drive a four-wheeler or a UTV or whatever, a golf cart? But we see Mr. Murdaugh's vehicle, and because he left it as instructed where it was. But we were trying to determine if any of these other tracks lined up with the position of any other vehicles that were on the property. There was a UTV with a flat tire. There was another a half-ton pickup in the shed across the grass portion from the hangar. I was thinking maybe those tracks would line up, or the impressions that were in the grass would line up with that vehicle.
Did they appear to line up with
They
either
did
of those
not.
vehicles?
They did not.
As part of your investigation, flash forward in just a little bit, did you operate and record 2 drone videos of the property?
I did.
I'm going to show you. Hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 187 and 188. Briefly take a look at those 2 videos, DVDs if you would, and let me know if you recognize them.
Yes, sir. Both of these discs I've marked as having previously viewed and confirmed their authenticity, one on the 25th of this month and one on the 26th of this month.
These would be the drone video recordings?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Your Honor, we would move to admit these into evidence, I believe, without objection.
Any objection? Yeah, then without objection, and ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a recess at this time. Please do not discuss.
Hey. Oh, that was interesting. Okay, so I'm gonna leave this one up to Jay because I have a video I got fast forwarded to that I was told to watch. Do you want me to watch it in private or I can throw it up on here? Miss J. Thank you guys all for being here, all three of us. Party. Uh-oh. J, J, J. Jay. I'm sorry, Critter Mama. Oh, son of a biscuit. Stupid ads. See. No, you're fine. Could you guys hear that? I was just listening to someone else's stream from yesterday. I think it's gonna take a second here. I was on a stream yesterday, and it's nothing about the person's stream that I was on, but the chat was tearing me absolutely to pieces. And not for anything, right? Like, I have a husband, I have a, family, I have things that I have to do. And I was on the panel, and, first the chat is like, where is she? Where is she? Where is she? And then it was like, she has nothing to contribute. Then it was, tell her to shut her kids up. And I went on there and I'm like, I don't know who's like telling me to shut my kids up. I was like, I don't have any that are yelling in the background right now. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. And then Juice was on there and he's like, oh, those are my kids. Like, I'm sorry, I'll go and get them. And then everyone was calling me rude. All I was trying to do was clarify my position, and they were calling me rude. So I apologized to Juice because it wasn't anything against Juice at all. But the narrative that comes with this territory, it's challenging emotionally, mentally, physically, it's challenging. And so I started crying. I turned off my camera, like on this live stream, I promise you. And I turned my camera off and I muted myself because I couldn't win for losing. Like, there was nothing I could have done that was going to make the situation better. And so I politely just, said, I'm going to go, guys. Like, thank you. Thanks for having me. And Jailer was like, oh, shout out your channel. And I couldn't even get the words out because I have that shaky girl crying voice. And no one can understand me when I'm crying. My mom tells me that all the time. I cannot understand you. So it's like, I'm just going to go. And then like Misty Haynes said something really nice and, a couple of nice things. And a lot of people were sweet about it. But I will tell you that it's just difficult terrain. I hope I never get in the headspace that I feel like I'm too good for anybody, or I sit in chats and I say mean things to anyone. And I never want to be in here engaging in a bad light with anyone that's on here either. I just don't have it in me. I don't think it's nice. And I've kind of seen it happen a lot lately, and not just last night. It's happened to me, a few times over the past week. And when you're made to feel so demoralized as a person, especially when you're trying to help out other human beings. I mean, we're all in this space. We all overlap at times, but what we can do is collaborate and not divide. We could come together and not tear each other down. It's just, I think this world just needs a lot more love and a lot less hate. And I mean, I said it yesterday in JLR's chat, and I'll say it on here. A lot of people are just for the subscribers. They'll let anybody in their chat say anything that they want. I will not do that. I'm not going to do it. I don't care how many people are on this channel. If someone says mean things, tears people down, you can go. There's the door. Find the exit on your screen somewhere. Your misery will be refunded. So I don't know what this TED Talk is really about, but it's disheartening, but it will not happen here. I'm not going to let it happen here. And that's why it's a channel by the people, for the people. I created this channel because I want to know what you guys want to hear about. It hasn't happened, this week very much. I try not to step on the toes of people, and I really try not to stream at the same time as some of my friends and my allies, but it's going to happen. And they stream whenever they want, and I can't take offense to that. I don't own the space. But we can do a lot more of coming together and just being better humans, because, you know, you have to be the change that you want to see in the world. I think that was Gandhi. And he also said, an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. And I think it's very true. So I hope that everyone can find some peace in their hearts and in their minds. And you guys can always know that this will always be a safe place for anybody that wants to come and learn and build each other up and be kind. And I'm not going to partake in any of the drama that I see going around, you know, because people are going to say mean things. You get bigger, people start saying bad things about you. I'm just not going to read it. Just, I'm not going to engage with it because I have a heart, and those things do affect me. Should they? Probably not. But I can't control what anybody else does. I can't control what they say. I can't control their words. I can't control their actions. But I can control this space, and I can hit that remove button, and I'm not afraid to, because I'm not going to have people spread negativity. There's not enough safe places for people anymore to go to and, you know, feel like they can chat and talk openly. You know, there's no room or need in this world for any more war and divide and separation and tearing people down. Sorry, this just turned into like a whole TED talk, but we just need to do better as people, as humans. I mean, we all have emotions, we all have feelings. And, you know, I feel like once you get to a certain tier, you get enough subscribers and enough likes, you kind of feel like you're walking on water. And that fall from grace is not pretty. It's a long way down, my friends. So you want people to be there when you fall? I mean, I do. So let's just hope the world starts to have a little more love and compassion for one another and not so much hate. And yeah, I'm trying to keep it as neutral as I possibly can without getting overly emotional, because I'm not in the crying emotion right now. I'm more in like the FFAO, FFAFO, F around and find out mentality. But I don't know. And I think other people, you know, we're all on these channels and we observe this behavior. And I feel being complicit with it is sticking around in those places where these things are happening and still encouraging that sort of behavior. I don't go to those places anymore. I try not to hang around those places for very long anymore. Because it's all analytics too. You know, YouTube has the algorithms and the things where they're going to go on and they're going to tell you how much money you're going to make by how many people watch it. So even if those people make me mad every second that I watch them, I'm just giving them more money. Well, I guess if you want chaos and controversy on your channel, you're going to attract more people, whether they want to be there or not. But I don't know, a little more positivity, a little less hate, a little more love. I feel like we need to listen to some Barney songs. Okay, hold on, Dee. Is that you? You too, Petey. You got Dee has been helping me out so much. She's like my little counselor, because, you know, you come on here and you say mean things, it's on here forever. It's on here, well, unless you delete it, and if you were smart, you would, because all the things that I've been seeing go around lately with, you know, people clipping certain things and showing other people, and then they get around, and it's just, it's really sad to see, because deep down, you know, some of these people are really good people with really kind hearts, and they don't deserve that. They don't deserve that SHIT. I don't know if I'm gonna swear. I mean, I don't know. I got a mouth like a sailor, so it's gonna come out eventually. But I also don't need to like swim out in anyone else's shit either. You know, I have my own life to worry about, so I don't need to worry about what you're doing. I'm gonna be here doing me. And like I said, you want to leave, that exit button is right on your screen. Your misery will be refunded. But here, we're gonna have fun. It's gonna be a safe spot. We're gonna talk about some true crime. I'm waiting for people to send me some emails and some things. I have a friend that is was an associate producer or something higher up on the new Barbie movie, and he actually helped with a cold case that was in Milwaukee, and did a documentary. It's called Letters to Ashley, I believe. And I think you can buy it on Prime, but he did a lot of research into this. He actually did a whole podcast about it. Let me see if I can find it. Let me hype up my man here. Not not my actual man, but like my dude. I went to high school with him. He's a great guy. But why not give him a shout out if I can? But it was a girl. She was murdered in Milwaukee, and I think she was 20. Hmm. Hmm. I know I had it on here, and I'm so technology stupid. It would take me forever to find this. It probably won't take me forever, and that was hyperbole, but hmm. Now I just have to Google it because I don't even know. But thanks for any that's sitting here watching me talk. I think it's like almost the most viewers I've had all day, and all I'm doing is just giving the world my thoughts. A little bit of my peace of mind today. Not a piece of my mind, peace. Peace, peace of mind. Because I don't know. I don't know about anybody else, but I was bullied. I was bullied so badly in grade school and middle school. And I think that's why I just have this really overly sarcastic, and I don't take a lot of things seriously. And 99.9% of everything I say is usually bullshit or sarcastic. I mean, not when it comes to like real life facts and things like that, but I don't take myself too seriously. I suggest nobody else takes me that seriously because, we share the same oxygen. We're going to be here. All right, let me find what this podcast is before I keep going on my little. Mm-mm. Love and Justice. Her name's Ashley Love. So the podcast, I'll make sure my nothing of mine is showing on the screen before I share it. But so what? Well, Andrew Wyman. Do you have another season? No. Yes. No. Oh, look, a Webby. Oh, he is. Okay. Let's see. Let's see who Andrew Wyman is. Oh, that's gonna be fun. YOLO County. I want to live in YOLO County. YOLO. Um, I don't know. There's got to be more to this. He was 20 years old. He was a junior, found not of this earth in his bedroom at his on-campus fraternity house last January 4th. The YOLO County coroner determined that the cause of death to be multiple STAB wounds. Further investigation revealed that the knife, I said the word in there anyway, believed to have caused the wounds had belonged to Wyman and contained his fingerprints. A note discovered in his room was also determined to have been written by the student. Tests showed no alcohol or drugs in his system. Evidence evaluated thoroughly. In the ensuing months, the Department of Justice evaluated evidence provided by the UC Davis Police Department and Yellow County Coroner. Every report from the Justice Department included lab analysis, reconstruction of the scene, and the final equivocal death report, which was evaluated in order to come to a conclusion regarding the manner of death. The equivocal death report stated in summary, upon analyzing the case in its totality, it is our opinion that the deceased's death was not the result of homicide. Overall, it is our opinion that the manner of death of Andrew Wyman is most consistent with starts with an S, unaliving. His body was found inside the locked room. The window was locked and the keys were all accounted for. There was no sign of forced entry, no disturbance to his belongings, no sign that any person had been in the room. He was healthy and would have been able to fight back any attacker, yet no sign of defense wounds were found on his body, no evidence of a struggle. No phone calls were received by the police department tip line, and no additional information was provided, despite the reward offered by the Wyman family. Said he was troubled. Well, I guess that is what season 2 is going to be about there. It sounds interesting. There's some more evidence on that too. Yellow. It's YOLO County. YOLO. All right, my friends. Well, I love and appreciate every single one of you. You guys are all beautiful, amazing people. And if no one's told you today, I'm proud of you. Keep being you. You is beautiful. You is perfect. And you is always welcome here. So I will see you guys on the next one. But thanks again. See you later.